Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 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 check. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Random show settings. Random show settings. Random show settings. It's day 3. Day 3 of my 31-day marathon stream. We're aiming to hit 500 members by the end of that 31-day marathon stream. If you want to join and become a member of the channel, there's a link in the description down below this video. Click that link, become a member, give some memberships, all that good shit. Let's get to 500 members. We're on day 3. Day number 3. Day numero 3. What's happening, people? How are you doing? How you feeling? What's happening, people? How you doing? How are you feeling? It's so good to have you right now. It's so good to have you and to be in your presence and to be chilling and to be hanging out with you lovely people today. I'm honored. I'm honored. I'm honored. I'm honored. Wagwan, people. Wagwan, 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 wagwan. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? It's so good to see you. Saturday night settings. Wagwan, everybody. What's good? I see Ashley Cummings in the chat. What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good, my love? Big up Addy Z. What's good? What's good? Brian, what's good? Jaded, what's good? Strange Cloud, what's good? Mind Nuts, what's good? GG. Mr. Still Your Girl, what's happening, guy? Daniel Clements, what's happening, partner? What's happening, my guy? Big up Daniel Clements in the house. Big up everybody in the house joining in. I appreciate you all. Today's a bit of a rare one. Today's a bit of a rare one. I've just come back from the gym. I had a pretty good workout. I actually need to put this thing going on, actually. And I'm feeling mighty strong and I'm feeling mighty fine. But seeing as it's a Saturday night little stream and we're on day 3 of the 31-day marathon, I thought, you know what, why not be a bit cheeky? So I got myself a little beer. Looks like, I know it looks like urine. I know it looks like urine. I know it looks like piss. I know it looks like wee-wee. But I got a little beer in here. I don't usually drink when I'm doing these streams, but today, a little bit of a one-off, for the Saturday night streamers, Saturday night viewers, Saturday night fun times. So I got myself a nice little Lidl branded beer. Big up all my UK people in the stream chat. If you're from the UK, you know about Lidl and the beers that they sell there. They're like £1.29 or £2 or something, and they're fairly decent. So I've got that in the fridge. It's not the most warmest in the world. It's a bit, you know, but it'll do for tonight. It will do for tonight. It will do. So big up everybody in the stream chat. Appreciate you. Grab a little drink, wherever you got, little smoke, little snack. If you're eating dinner, whatever you may be doing, I shall be your company. I shall be your soundtrack for the next few hours. We're going to go through quite a lot of stuff today. We've got to go through the Ghost Gum documentary I just dropped recently about Joe Rogan and the whole JRE verse. We're going to go through and finish the last bits of Tfatk. We're going to do a little bit of Wings of Redemption, I think. There might be a DSP video. We're going to do Chins and Nick's podcast after hours. We're going to talk about that a bit. We're going to watch it anyway. So we've got quite a few videos to get through and to react to, and of course we're going to check in on the flipping Tfatk Reddit to see if there's anything I've missed out over there. But so far it's been a bit quiet on the Tfatk Bapaverse sort of like scene and shit. So it should be good anyway. Regardless, we'll try and make something out of nothing because that's what we do. That's how we live. Big up everybody in the stream chat. I see you. Big up Ricky Pitcher. What's good, Ricky Pitcher? I appreciate you, Ricky Pitcher. Oh really? Damn, Ricky Pitcher saying the Ghost Gun video is a bit mid. Okay, cool. Thank you for the heads up, brother. That's a bit annoying, but watch it anyway. Watch it anyway. But that's annoying to hear. Big up Timo Kazi, Wagwan, GG, Flazzers. What's good, Flazzers? What's good, my guy? Big up Flazzers. Little beer, hang strong, brother. Better times ahead. To be fair, I could probably get nicer beer, but I'm just not, I'm not the most pickiest when it comes to beer and stuff. I'm probably a little bit more picky when it comes to my liquors. When it comes to beers and stuff, I'm not that picky at all. But when it comes to like whiskey and whatnot and vodka, that's when I would get a little bit picky and I'll buy the nice stuff. But when it comes to the beers, whatever's available, I'll drink it, to be honest. As long as it's not rank, I'll flip and shove it down my esophagus. So apologies for those of you who are aficionados of the beer beverages. I don't really take it too seriously, unfortunately. Big up Jaded. What's good, Jaded? I got a brew and some nachos as well. Nice to see. Oh, okay. Big up Jaded. Some nachos. I like the emoji. I like the emoji for nachos. Big up Jaded. You're a G. Big up Blood Clot Jaded in the chat. Big up Ricky Pitcher as well. And big up Addy Z. What's good? What's good?
Powerful bunch.
Tiger Thiccc Fund.
Big up Ricky Pitcher. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for the super chat. Tiger Thiccc Fund. I'm not gonna lie. Somebody made a post about it actually the other day. Somebody made a post about it the other day. I saw it on a Reddit actually. Let me see if I can get this up now. Big up Ricky Pitcher. You're a legend. I appreciate you for a super chat. Thank you so much, brother. But let me quickly go back here and show you. Somebody made a post about the Tiger. I completely had forgotten about it. I'm not gonna lie. I had completely forgotten about fucking Tiger Thiccc. But somebody actually made a post about it on the Reddit, and I was like, wow, bro. He actually hasn't mentioned this shit in years. I feel like we don't have a search engine anymore. I wish the person who made a search engine would come back and fix the website, because there was a search engine that somebody made, but it broke, or the website isn't, whatever, isn't working anymore. But if somebody does make a search engine, maybe we can search it. But I swear it feels like it's been a couple of years since Brendan has mentioned Tiger Thiccc whiskey. Like in my bones, I can feel it being a couple of years since he's actually mentioned it. So the law goes, for those of you asking, big up Jesse back in the stream chat, the law goes something like this. This is very unbelievable to hear. But the law goes that Brendan, when he started this whiskey, he had no idea, no experience, no knowledge of how to sell liquor and shit, right? So he thought he could start a liquor company, start a brand, start whatever, and then take those bottles to comedy clubs with him and sell them after shows, before shows, whatever. He quickly found out that, there's laws against that sort of stuff, and you have to do things the correct way when it comes to selling alcohol and whatnot. You can't just take it in your backpack and sell it out of your car boot or something. He then decided, of course, when it got too hard to do, that he was going to sell it. Like, he's kind of over it.
Powerful bunch.
Big Wingus.
Bean cheese, 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 bean cheese.
So I think I need to make that into some sort of tune. That would work if you put that on top of techno. Bean cheese, 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 boom, 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 boom. That would work. Definitely would work. Big up Wingers Dingus, appreciate it, brother. I was gonna say, Brendan found out that selling the whiskey would be a lot harder than he thought it would be. In my opinion, I think he then gave up on it. But then the story according to him goes that he went to sell it. And he went to sell it allegedly to Aaron Rodgers. Yes, you heard that correct. Aaron Rodgers was allegedly in the running to buy Tiger Thiccc whiskey. And I guess the thinking behind that was that at the time that Brendan made Tiger Thiccc, I think it was around COVID times. So I guess people were finding it difficult to import whiskey or whatever, any produce, anything into the country. So I guess some people were of the thinking that maybe Aaron Rodgers was going to buy Tiger Thiccc in the hope of basically using whatever stocks left to sell his own whiskey. If that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. Whatever, if they're not bottled, if they're in caskets, I guess he can maybe try and fuck around with a recipe and then do his own thing, because I guess maybe it's hard to get fresh whiskey in at that time during COVID. He said he was meeting Aaron Rodgers alongside that guy that used to own On It, which I don't believe, because I think if he did meet Aaron Rodgers for a business meeting, he would have taken a picture. We never saw a picture. We never heard about that meeting ever again. Allegedly, they met somewhere in Texas. And that was the last we heard of Tiger Thiccc, that Brendan was trying to sell it actively, and that Aaron Rodgers was one of the prospective buyers. And I remember one particular episode on Tfatk, he made it seem like the deal was over the line, but I don't think that happened. So my guess would be that there's probably pallets, there's probably cargo containers, right? There's probably fucking shipping containers full of pallets of unopened, brand new Tiger Thiccc somewhere in LA. Somewhere in some warehouse or some storage unit, there is a massive room full of pallets of just unopened Tiger Thiccc. Most likely batch 1 too, by the way, that have never been opened, which is pretty crazy. So he started this whole business, launched it, had no idea how to do it. Quickly ran into issues because he couldn't just take his whiskey across state lines and sell it out of his backpack. And then he decided to try and sell it, and then he couldn't sell it. And so he just kind of abandoned it. And he hasn't mentioned it, in my opinion. I haven't heard him mention Tiger Thiccc in so long. Now, it also kind of, the reason why he also maybe doesn't mention it is the whole Ozempic thing and losing weight. As you guys have probably seen, Brendan has lost a considerable amount of weight in the last, like, what, year? And it's no coincidence that Brendan lost that weight in the same year plus when Ozempic was introduced to the market. Now, Brendan would never admit he took Ozempic because he wants to be this badass, hard-ass, kind of like elite athlete type of dude. But in my opinion, it's obvious he took Ozempic. Why? Because not only did he lose a lot of weight very quickly, he also immediately stopped drinking alcohol. And if you know anything about Ozempic, you'll know that for whatever reason, one of the common side effects is that it can help you kind of curb some of your addiction. Some people stop smoking, some people stop drinking booze. But I guess maybe because it's an appetite suppressant, I'm not just sure. But there's something in Ozempic, there's something in Mounjaro that affects people, and they positively say one of the best things to come out of it is that you lose a little weight, and you also end up stop drinking as much as you did before. So that might also be the reason why he doesn't mention it, because he doesn't really have an appetite for alcohol anymore. But it's just funny. It's just funny that this was a big part of his personality, a big part of his brand, and he doesn't mention it ever again. It doesn't agree. It's not here. We don't see him mentioning it ever again. And I would love to know how much money Brendan possibly wasted setting up Tiger Thiccc, launching the brand. We know it wasn't that sophisticated in terms of the recipe. I think it was like, what, mixed Japanese with Irish or some shit, right? But it's allegedly, from what I've been able to see on videos and reviews, everyone that tasted it didn't really have the best experience with the taste. It was a little bit, you know, hard to kind of swallow and shit, no pause. But regardless of whether or not it tasted good, I'd imagine just making something like this, bottling it up, the labeling, the packaging, the shipping, blah, 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 blah. I'd imagine regardless if it tastes like fucking piss, it's still going to cost a lot of money to launch something like this. So I don't even know what figure to put on it. Like, I don't even know. Plus, you have to also imagine Brendan did this not working with I think when most celebrities do these sort of like liquor launches and shit, or beverage launches, they usually work with like a agency or like a company that basically handles everything for you, and you just get your name stamped on it. You might choose the color of the bottle or choose between certain label designs, but it's like a full service that they kind of offer celebrities to kind of launch their liquors. I'm sure a lot of liquor companies do it. For whatever reason, Brendan didn't want to do that. He went and did it himself. So he didn't even use like a shop to kind of like figure it out for him. He went and did everything himself. So that probably would have cost him a lot more money, because people along the way would have probably kind of tried to scam him. So if I'd had to guess, just to throw a figure out there, I'm going to say $1 million. I'm going to say he's probably spent $1 million trying to get Tiger Thiccc off the ground. $1 million. That's my just figure out of the blue. I'm just throwing out there. But it's just funny that he spent that. It didn't work out. He moved on very quickly. Hasn't spoke about it since. And it hasn't really made a dent. You know? It hasn't really made a dent. That just goes to show you how much money he does make, despite being a little bit, you know, a little bit of a doofus. Despite a lot of us kind of laughing at him on this stream, he does, for whatever reason, still make a good amount of money. That even though, you know, for most of us, if we try to launch a whiskey brand, a whiskey company, and it failed the way Tiger Thiccc would, for most of us, that would be the end of us financially. That would ruin us for a long time. We'd have to kind of work our way up slowly but surely. For Brendan, he hasn't missed a beat. He's still buying cars. His wife is decked out in Louis Vuitton and Balenciaga. His kids are still going to private school. They're getting private baseball practice fucking sessions and shit. So even though this whole thing flopped and it should have left a real lasting damage on his finances, it didn't leave a dent. He just dusted it off and kept it moving. That's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. I'm not going to lie. You have to give him props for being able to do that. But it was always going to flop for me because of the bottle design. Being somebody that, you know, went to university for like product design and industrial design and shit, I've got a thing for like design of just the look of things, the design of things, aesthetically, right? The aesthetics of something kind of matter to me a lot more than they would the regular person. Probably a little bit too much. But when I look at that bottle, I think even if you didn't go to design school like I did, I don't think anyone would think that bottle was a whiskey bottle. That's the problem I have. First off, take away the labels. If no one told you what was inside there, you wouldn't think it was whiskey. That's a strange thing. It looks like a soy sauce, vinegar, whatever, olive oil bottle. It doesn't look like a whiskey bottle. So immediately that was like a real, what's going on with the bottle? And the label even the label doesn't look like a label that you would traditionally find on a whiskey bottle, you know? It's just a strange label. The label doesn't look like it fits the bottle design. Everything looks like a bit of an afterthought. I'm not too sure what's going on with the lid here, to be honest. I'm not too sure what's happening with the lid. There is no real experience in terms of when you open it. You know, for a first time liquor company, you want to maybe create a bit of an experience that customers are going to kind of remember when they first open your bottle. Maybe when they pull it out of the cardboard box. Maybe there's a particular type of mechanism when you open it that leaves a lasting memory. Maybe it's a screw top. Maybe it's a tiger's head, right? Maybe it could have been some sort of like, you know, vacuum formed tiger head on the top that you maybe press and turned over. That would maybe kind of, you know, and then when you rip it, that kind of sounds like a roar. That would maybe let you kind of remember what the bottle looks like. That might kind of help on it. But just look, even the bottle that they're using for the advert is covered in dust, you know? Even the bottle that they're using for this advertisement lookbook picture is absolutely covered in dust. But yeah, nothing, look, and even the batch 2 is written in pen. There's no, that should be stamped for me. That batch 2 should be stamped with an official Tiger Thiccc, you know what I mean? Kind of branding. The name is fucking horrible for me personally. The name is horrendous. If it was me personally, I would have gone for Thick whiskey or Tiger whiskey. That's what I would have gone for. I wouldn't have gone for Tiger Thiccc. I know he tried to blend his kid's name and the name of his company, Thick, right? Boy, whatever. But if it was me, I would have went for name it after your kid or name it after your company. But don't blend them together. Tiger Thiccc, Thick whiskey would have been way better. Or Tiger Thiccc or Thick whiskey or Whiskey Thick, that would have been way better. The label needs to be a little bit wider. I would have put a stamp on the batches if possible. If you don't want to make the label wide, I would have removed this bit here at the bottom if that was me. If I was designing the bottle, I would have taken away this little this bottom section of the label sticker and maybe lowered the label a little bit so it kind of sat a bit more in the center. And then obviously I would have maybe changed the hue, the transparency of the actual glass itself, because I think it's too dark. I would have wanted you to see a little bit inside there. So you can barely see what's inside there. So if that was me, I would have maybe lightened the tint, lightened the transparency of that glass so you could see through it a little bit more. And then I would have also gone a little step further, and I would have made, even just for the shoe or just as a giveaway, I would have made branded Tiger Thiccc tumblers, whiskey glasses, or an ice tray that had a tiger's head or something in it, you know? That would have been fucking good, or like the Thick Boy logo or something. The donut thing. That's what I would have done. Ice trays, would have made custom fucking glasses just to kind of give it a bit of a feel and create maybe a bit of a lifestyle around it. Then if you're branded and you're into your cars, create a little sizzle reel around it where maybe you take your whiskey to the clubs and you're doing stand up and it's your fuel that you use in the fucking green room and you use it when you go to whatever, you know what I mean? Create a little lifestyle around it. Maybe you take a little sip of it before you go to work out and shit.
Powerful bunch.
Big up Addy Z.
It needs a mushroom print on the cap.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it needs something. It needs something. It needs something. But so far, it looks pretty shit. So I'm not surprised it kind of went where it went. But big up the stream chat. What are you guys saying here? I checked eBay for any sort of Tiger Thiccc merch, but it was like, huh? That's hilarious. It tastes like Tiger Balm. Great whiskey, terrible name, Joe Rogan. Exactly. The name is redacted. It looks like amaretto. Yep. I got tired of hearing Rogan talk about Buffalo Trace, so he made his own. Yeah, to be fair, I tried Buffalo Trace too. Buffalo Trace is pretty nasty, man. Rogan sold Buffalo Trace well. Do you think, big up Jesse Black for the question as well, or the comment, do you guys think at that time that Rogan was pushing Buffalo Trace, do we think Rogan had shares in it? Or do you think he was paid a flat fee? Or do you think he just loved it for the sake of it and was just mentioning it out of love? Because he was pushing that shit so hard. I actually tried it. I actually bought Buffalo Trace in my local supermarket and it was garbaggio. I hated it, to be fair. Really, 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 really overrated. Especially for the price. I would prefer Jameson. If you're gonna buy Buffalo Trace, I'd prefer to buy Jameson. And Jameson's way cheaper than Buffalo Trace, especially at least here in the UK anyway. Jameson's like 20 quid, maybe even less, maybe even 19, 18 quid. But Buffalo Trace is like 20, 28, 30 in some spots. And I was like, what? Buffalo Trace is not a £30. It's not a fucking £30 whiskey whatsoever. But he was pushing that hard. Big up Jesse Black. He was getting paid. Yes, he 100% had ownership in Buffalo Trace. They all are being paid behind the scenes. They talk for a living. Yeah, that's a good point. They don't love to say that though, which I don't like. They're very secretive about that sort of shit. They don't like to say that they're getting paid or disclose that they have some sort of financial incentive. They love to act like it's all organic and it's normal. Even Whoop, at the time when they were pushing Whoop and they were acting like that was their number one watch or like activity monitor thing, and the Whoop thing came because of Sober October. And I'm definitely sure that Bert, Brent, Rogan, Ari, and Tom Segura were definitely getting something from Whoop at that time that they were doing Sober October. There's no way they would, or if they didn't, maybe they just got the free watches, which I don't think is true. I think people of that level definitely would have pushed for way more than just the watches, but they don't like to mention it. But my favorite non-disclosure of partnerships or sponsorships that Rogan does is the McDonald's one. That's my favorite because there'll be a random episode where he'll just be like, "Oh my god, man, I really feel like it's a McDonald's," to his guest, who's super surprised, like, "What the fuck's going on here?" And then suddenly they order McDonald's, and then he's fucking raving about the fillet of fish. That's one of my favorite non-disclosure, fake fucking fake ad thing that he does, where he tries to pretend it's not an ad, but it clearly is an ad. I really want some McDonald's. It's like, okay, cool, bro. Just fucking say you get paid, bro. Why are you lying? But yeah,
Powerful bunch.
Be up, Wingus.
Whiskey is overrated. Rum gang rise up. Bottom text.
Bottom text. Rum gang. I'm gonna say rum is overrated. I'm not gonna lie, especially like spiced rum and shit. I think rum in general is overrated for me personally. Rum is definitely overrated. Personally, for me, I think rum's overrated. I think people suck off whiskey a little bit too much. Maybe the whiskey fanatics are a little bit annoying. I get it, but I don't think rum is better than a whiskey. No way. Personally, I think the most underrated liquor is probably vodka. The most underrated one, especially if you get a really good one. Like you could drink that. You could drink that neat the whole night, and it will get you slowly buzzed. Vodka's not the type of things that gets you hammered straight away. It's kind of like a slow burn. It obviously hits you at some point, but I think the vodka buzz is like stupendous, personally. But hey, what do I know? Big up Young Old Vibes in the chat. Wagwan Young Old Vibes. Rum makes me sick. Do I ever get sick? No, the only thing that makes me sick is when I drink maybe if I mix
Powerful bunch.
especially stuff like wine. Big up Addy's.
Uno, what goes well with this fillet o fish? Magic mind. To wash down all the chemicals you've just ingested. Some mushroom shots and a cold plunge will pull all the toxins of a McChicken out of you.
All the toxins of a McChicken out of you is fucking hilarious. I could definitely see Rogan saying that, though. Big up Asada Zeus. Oh, so good. Big up Jesse Black. I'm a Midori man myself. Big up Case of Moses Wagwan, my guy. Schultz just offered Mark a Zin pack in their latest episode. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, cool. Let's go. Let's continue. Let's actually check out quickly the comments here. I want to see what they're saying about this whole whiskey debacle. What are they saying here? Batch 1 is still on the shelves or stuffed in the closet somewhere. Lols. He quit drinking once he got on Ozempic. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Can't wait for him to learn nothing and try to sell some Tiger Thiccc pre-workout. That'd be great, by the way. I want to see that too. I want to see Tiger. I think if Brendan was in a far better place financially, I think we would have already seen like a Thick boy creatine, because he's always talking about fucking creatine. We would have definitely seen a Thick boy branded creatine or even fucking peptides or something, but he's not in a great place financially. That's why he's probably not taking these like big bets with those type of merches, which probably explains why he's only doing dry fast or gas merch, because somebody mentioned actually during a stream that maybe he's doing the dry fast or gas thing. Maybe it's not a scam, maybe it's more so somebody is like using him as an ambassador, so he kind of fronts the raffle and he gets a fee, but it's somebody else that's sort of like basically paying for everything. He's not paying for nothing, which might explain why he's taking a, he's all right to do that merch, because maybe part of the deal is that it also includes a bit of merch and you also get a flat fee. That might explain it. But yeah, I'd love to see Tiger Thiccc creatine. Tiger Thiccc creatine would have been fucking so good, but we're not going to see that, unfortunately. We're not going to see that. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I believe Schaub got scammed on some fake 50-50 whiskey. There's a documentary about Japanese whiskey being the new Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card. Most people got scammed, where retail buyers outlier got scammed on a wholesale level without distributor license and the asset. Yeah, maybe. I'm sure he did get scammed. I think most likely what happened was that he tried to just jump on the wave, because everyone was, at that time when he launched it, all the celebrities were kind of getting into the liquor business. I'm not sure if that was just before or after the whole what's his name? That fucking old celebrity, that old actor guy that all the fucking mums love. When he launched his whiskey and sold it for $1 gazillion, I think he got every celebrity's fucking attention, and they all tried to kind of run and do their own whiskey. So I think Rogan, I think Brendan obviously noticed that. The only issue is I think it just wasn't congruent to him as a person. He only started drinking really a couple of years or maybe a year before that. So it never really made sense. Even if the whiskey was great, it didn't really make sense brand and lifestyle wise for him to be pushing a whiskey. Didn't it? Like, it would have made way more sense if he decided to do like wraps or something, or like, rash guards or fucking whatever, gum shields or whatever. That would have made way more sense than fucking a whiskey. So I never really thought at the time, even I never thought he kind of really sold it well. Like, why do you have a whiskey company? Why should anyone care about this? Why should they? And especially when it launched as well, it was like $90. Do you remember that? It was $90 when it first launched. And it's like, bro, like, nobody knows who you are, and you're launching a whiskey for $90. Like, who's gonna buy that? Like, who's gonna buy your whiskey? Like, you've not on anyone's trust. There's loads of whiskeys out there at the $90 mark that are way better than what you're selling. It's not going to happen. So he should have probably tried to get into the market. Like, it would have been a different story. I don't think it would have been a different story if it was sold at $20, but it would have maybe given him a chance. That's the issue. But he didn't stand a chance when he was trying to sell it out of the gate for $90. Like, fucking crazy, man. Like, really, really crazy. So I don't doubt that he probably, going back to that post someone said, I don't doubt that he did get scammed in a way, in that maybe he did think he was buying better quality whiskey than what he was actually buying, but I don't think it was like a intention. I don't think it was like he was trying to basically be a mogul. That's basically the point of it. Yes, he might have got bad product that he thought was better than what it was, but he was trying to go into it, trying to be the next kind of, trying to make that the next big thing. Maybe try and sell it down the line or something. I'm pretty sure it died with the rest of Figgy Boy Studios. Still waiting on that Rogers collab. Exactly. Did you guys remember that? Aaron Rodgers was meant to actually buy Tiger Thiccc whiskey. Aaron Rodgers was meant to fucking buy it. Let's see.
The Aaron Rodgers thing. You were just...
Yeah, there you go. The Aaron Rodgers thing. Is this him explaining it? This is from when? 2 years ago? 7 months ago. Brendan trying to explain Aaron Rodgers buying Tiger Thiccc whiskey, which again, I guess made sense a little bit because somebody mentioned it on Reddit. I think I read it years ago where somebody said at that time it was hard to get a hold of whiskey, so people were hypothesizing that maybe Aaron Rodgers was buying it in the hope that he could maybe fuck around with the recipe, fuck around with the fucking whatever, and then maybe or just slap his own sticker on the bottle and kind of go from there. It still sounds a bit odd, but that was the reason why people said Aaron Rodgers could be interested if it was true. But I just call cap on the entire thing.
Just that you were just hanging out with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that's my boy.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So
this is my boy.
The drug
yeah,
thing,
right.
is that what you were doing?
Ayahuasca. No, I was out there just to go to dinner with him and Aubrey Marcus, who started on it.
Okay.
I'm really close with Aubrey. I've known Aubrey for like 12 years.
So
this I believe, by the way, but I just don't believe that he would have gone to meet Aaron Rodgers and hang out with Aubrey Marcus and not taken a single picture. We know how Brendan is. We know how obsessed with clout and celebrity he is. Every time he meets Jake Paul and Logan Paul, he always takes a picture of them. I don't think there's a single time he's met up or bumped into Jake Paul or Logan Paul and he's never taken a picture with them. So I just don't believe. At that time as well, Aaron Rodgers was all in the news for his anti-COVID, anti-vaccine stance. I just don't believe that Brendan would have not taken a picture. There was no picture from this meeting. Like, it just doesn't. Smells a bit fishy, mate. Smells a bit fishy.
I did want to ask about this.
Yeah, so we have a project we're starting, the three of us together, and then I was out there for that. It's like the first to market. The first to market Japanese blended whiskey with American bourbon, and that's why I was with Aaron and.
I'm not too sure that's a good thing. By the way, why are people saying, "Oh, when I'm drinking whiskey, I want if I want American whiskey, I get American whiskey. If I want Japanese whiskey, I get Japanese whiskey, but I don't want this mix. This, like, I don't see how that would be tasty or that would be good or that's like a desirable proposition. Like, why would you want that? You know, it's a strange thing to kind of push. Oh yeah, it's a Japanese and American blend for $90. Doesn't make sense.
Aubrey, because they're going to get involved in the whiskey.
Yeah.
Very
powerful
cool.
bunch. Good for you. What's it called?
Yeah, big up.
Aaron Rodgers said, "You that fighter who slangs whiskey, oh you that white boy who works too much."
Exactly.
Aaron Rodgers fell victim to the beast of marketing.
Exactly. Yo, big up Josie. What's good, Josie? We've seen people's reaction to drinking it. It's not good. Yeah. Oh, some of the original batch of people that reviewed it, so good, so fucking good. Because I'd imagine, like most review niches, industries, subcultures on YouTube, you know, you're not worth anything if you're not honest. So a lot of the whiskey reviewers and content creators who are starting up, or whomever, you know, big or small, they really pride themselves on being really honest and being unbiased. So it was really interesting to see how quickly they were like calling it shit, but not saying it, you know, the way we're saying it in a more flowery language. But what you couldn't lie, what you couldn't kind of fake, was that initial sip. And the one that stands to mind, actually, that I remember, not even the reviewers, was what's his fucking face? On the Fight Companion, when he took that first sip and he like gagged a little bit. I forgot his name. What's his name? The guy that owns 10th Planet. That was an instant reaction. I was like, ugh. He didn't like that at all in the slightest. He didn't drink it again. I think when that's when he first launched it, and he did they did the Fight Companion on UFC, and he brought some with him. And yeah, that's his name, Eddie Bravo. Big up Josie, Eddie Bravo. He did not like him, mate. He took one sip of that shit. He was like, "This is not for me." So yeah, blend it with all you want, but it's just got to be tasty, innit? If it's not tasty, no one's gonna drink it.
Tiger Thick whiskey.
Tiger Thick.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Get the fuck out
And I was like, dude, we're going too deep.
They're playing bad football.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
I know.
Quit trying to make it more. They're playing horrible football.
I don't think it was fair to fire him.
It's you know, Rogers, my boy. Rogers ain't helping him out. You know.
Well, he did really well. I watched that game, Aaron.
No, he didn't.
He did though. He threw an interception in the end.
He's not playing well.
But
that's my guy. He's not playing well.
Bubba.
That's my guy. He's not your guy.
What was the final score in that game? That was a high. He did a great job.
No,
he was bringing them down the field. He threw 2 interceptions.
I wonder if he'll stop that battle when he goes to Texas. I wonder if that'll be one of the things we'll notice that he stops doing. Because I'd imagine in Austin, there's probably more like normal people there who aren't just obsessed with the industry. So I wonder if he'll do less of that, like, oh yeah, I know this guy, that guy's my boy, all this fucking fake name dropping thing, and just actually be real for a change. Because imagine a place like that, you're probably likely to get called out. Like, are you really friends with this person? Do you really know them? If you know them, call them right now. Show me the DM. Show me the text. I mean, you get called out on the spot. So I wonder if or maybe just people won't be that impressed by it. I wonder if you'll start pulling back on that sort of shit. Because it drives me fucking nuts, all that shit. Honestly, I hate it. Let's continue quickly. Big up Brian. AD, did you see the video Unique posted today being a coach at his kids' baseball practice? Yeah, we'll watch it right now after this and we'll move on to the videos. Yeah, I saw that. Of course I saw that. Distribution is nuts and soup. Failed miserably. Sold it to the big boys. The marketing shark. What? The marketing shark found a sucker to buy out Tiger. Yeah, allegedly. Again, I don't believe this is true. So this is Brendan saying a year ago that he sold Tiger Thiccc. I don't believe this, by the way.
Holy shit, dude! I'm looking for actual help,
dude. You love this conversation. Okay. So I fly to Austin, right, for my whiskey and all the business out there. And so,
what business out there?
So Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not gonna say who's involved, but you know who's involved with the whiskey buy and all that.
Big boys.
Big boys. So they're all
Brandon about to be rich.
well, we got some work to do. But they're all at this table. They're all at this table, and Lex is there, and like there's like 12 people. They're like top marketing guy, all and people you'd recognize, you know. So they're all there, and we're finally together. We haven't been together, you know, since it's all been Zooms and emails. So finally we meet in Austin, and so we're there, and you know everyone's there, and Lex.
Hold on. So he starts this off by making it seem like he went to Texas to sort out a like sale for Tiger Thiccc whiskey. But what it sounds like is that he went to go meet the people behind the people he worked with to launch the whiskey in the first place. Do you get it? That's what it sounds. It sounds like he went and had like an in-person meeting with the company, marketing, branding, whatever they are, who were in charge of bringing that bottle to market. And maybe they're now discussing what to do with the leftover stock because there's so much of it left. But he's making it seem like he went there to sell it, but you didn't. You might have discussed selling it, but you didn't sell it. You didn't discuss it with potential buyers. You sat down with your own company, if you believe what he said anyway, and you had a first face-to-face meeting to try and work out how you can maybe claw back some of the money that you invested in it. Like, he just lies so quickly, isn't it? Weird liar guy, man. Imagine lying like this in your old age. Like, what? What's the point?
There with me, and I got to pee so bad, and it's right before the meeting starts, and I'm like, where's your bathroom? He's like, literally right there. So if the table's here, this is the bathroom. This is the bathroom, right? And so I'm like, all right, whatever. So I go, and they're like, we'll start as soon as you come back. I'm like, I'm just gonna take a quick piss. So you know, everyone's like talking, like mumbling, but it's not loud. So I go in the bathroom, and dude, I'm peeing, and I gotta fart hard, right? And I'm like, fuck it. Now the bathroom walls, I was like, that was so loud, and the bathroom walls, I don't know, marble, like it's all marble, and I went, God damn. And then my head,
press X to doubt.
I went, it's probably soundproof because it's like marble walls, dude. I walk out. This is how like you kick off the meeting. I walk out, and Lex is like, and I can see like nobody's talking. And I go, all right. And I just like, I didn't think about it. I just went on. As soon as the meeting ends, we go outside. Lex goes, hey, come here. I go, he goes, why'd you fart like that? I go, you heard that? He goes, everybody heard it. He goes,
why did they mention it? They should be like, hey.
I knew something was up because Lex's face. Lex goes, you didn't see the assistant pretend she was typing because it was so awkward? She was like this.
Dude, I was on it.
Dude, I'm talking.
Fucking Bert. Oh, bro.
Sure, brother. Sure. Whatever you say. Let's continue. There's nothing else. I can only imagine how much capital is cost. Cool. Anyway, let's continue. Let's talk about that clip. What's that thing? That thing that whatchamacallit mentioned earlier about the baseball. Have you guys seen this? Coach Schaub. Now, this is when you know people hate you, right? This is when you know people hate you for real. Because I assume somebody who's a homeless cat also happens to be a person that knows or has access to these places where they play baseball and their cameras and shit. Because there must be tons of these places, right? I don't know what they're called. Mounds, fields. I don't know. I'm English. I'm from London. I don't play fucking baseball. But whenever they play baseball, these areas, they must, have cameras and shit where they can, film some stuff. Maybe security. I don't know. Maybe for practice. And there must be tons of them. Thousands of them, I'd imagine. Maybe millions. So for there to be one person there that happens to be a homeless cat who recorded it and then uploaded it onto the Find Kid Reddit is fucking hilarious. And just goes to show you just how hated Papa is, because this is fucking insane. Like, there's homeless cats everywhere, like in the real world, right? Like in the real world, outside of fucking the internet, there are homeless cats legitimately everywhere. I'll remove the sound. I don't want to play that because I don't get copyright strike. One thing, look at the little. I feel like he gives the kid a little dirty look or something. I don't know who he gives a dirty look to. Is it his kid who he's playing catch with or something? But it's really interesting how uncoordinated, unathletic, and just clunky he is when it comes to catching. Again, I don't play baseball. You know, the closest thing to baseball that we play here in the UK is rounders or cricket. But he doesn't look that great, does he, when he's playing catch with his kid? Or he's playing, or he's doing whatever he's doing here. They're throwing the ball to each other, and there's Brendan catching it awkwardly there with his left hand. I didn't know he was left-handed to catch. I guess maybe his way he's trying to train himself to be, but that catch looked a little bit awkward there. I don't think he caught it first time anyway. It dropped the ball as well. Then the ball gets thrown to him and he can't get down and catch it. He kind of gives the kid a bit of a dirty look, I think, because when he misses it, right, he kind of raises his leg up because he can't get down low enough to catch the baseball. And it looks like he gives the kid a bit of a dirty look there. Right?
Powerful bunch.
Yo, big up Ricky Pitcher, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining and becoming a member of Zinger Nation. You're a fucking G. We are slowly but surely approaching our target of 500 members by the end of the 31 days. If you want to be a member, join Ricky Pitcher. Click the link down below. Gift the membership. Get involved. 500 members by the end of the 31-day marathon. We're on day 3 at the moment. Still a long way to go, but I'm here with you. Let's continue. Big up Ricky Pitcher. He gets the ball back again. Now he catches it for his first catch. Oh, big up Ricky Pitcher, you're a legend. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Legend. Big up blood clot Ricky Pitcher for the gifted bomber. The gifted bomber. Anybody that gets gifted a membership from Ricky Pitcher, make sure you
Powerful
thank
bunch.
the big man in the stream chat down below. Make sure you thank him in the stream chat. Thank you for the gifted membership, Ricky Pitcher. You're an absolute legend. You're a gent. You're a star. You're an angel. All those things in between. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Powerful bunch.
Here he goes again. So hold on. He caught it once, right? There you go. He caught it. He catches it once here. That's a decent enough catch there. Most yet. He doesn't catch it there. He lets it bounce. He passes it back again to the guy that's batting. He looks
Powerful
around.
bunch.
Somebody else throws it. He doesn't catch it again there. He knocks it back again to the kid that's throwing. What happens there? He catches it kind of there a little bit. That weird catch.
Powerful bunch.
He drops it again, but yeah, it doesn't look that good. He doesn't look very good, to be honest. In my opinion, does he need to be there? Can people in the stream chat tell me why he's even there? Are there
Powerful
maybe
bunch.
not too many adults in that field anyway? This person in the kit, is that person a coach? Do you think, you guys in the stream chat? Or is that person just a parent that's doubling up as a coach? I'm wondering why he's even there in the first place. Like, why is he even helping the kids play catch? Why should he shouldn't really be there, should he? It's almost like it's almost like there's too many parents and dads there. Because it looks like there's one guy here. There's a parent, I think, on adult supervisor there. And I think there might be an adult here in that corner. So it might be, it looks like there's in total 4. And let's say 3 of them are coaches. I don't think they need Brendan there, do they? If 3 of them are official coaches, I don't think they need Brendan. So I don't really know what he's doing there. He's kind of just taking up space, isn't he? Okay, cool. Head coach is probably the one using the bat. So this is probably the head coach, right? Yeah. He's giving me head coach vibe. So this is probably the head coach vibe. And that's probably another coach as well, I'm assuming, in the kit. And maybe there's a coach there. But I wonder why Brendan's there. Do you think they just let him be there because he's Rogan's friend and because he fought in the UFC? Like, they just kind of give him that kind of grace. He really shouldn't be there, should he? He really has no business being there whatsoever, mate. Bear with me 1 second here. Let me just quickly update this membership thing. Big up Ricky Pitcher, absolute legend, absolute legend. Let me see this other way. Is that 93, 78? Let me just get this sorted quickly and then we can move on. YouTube membership. So I think you said it's 98, right? Cool. Bobbity 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 ba. Let's put it there, boom. Put that like that. Let's go there. And let's go there. And I think they said they're going to end it. Was it a 6 on it, right? Is it a 6? I think it was a 6. I'm pretty sure it was a 6, wasn't it? Big up everybody. 1 second. I'll be with you in a second. There goes the 6th. It's the 6th of June. Boom. All right, cool. Let's continue. What are you guys saying in the stream chat about this? Big up. Let me scroll up a bit. What are you guys saying? Big up Young Old Vibes. He's probably inserting himself against their will, yeah. Or maybe they're just like, maybe, to be fair as well, like, having been around kids who play sports and shit, and parents, like, when somebody comes around, an adult who's maybe got a little bit of experience, they usually do defer to them, you know? If you've got a tiny bit, maybe you played, you know, semi-professionally, they're always going to kind of defer to you because they think you got some untapped, some undiscovered wisdom that they have no idea because maybe they didn't play sports. So maybe they just look up to him a little bit. Big up Josie. If you heard him say he was in the bleachers for a game, he's not a coach. The coach is batting is the coach, and probably another 1 or 2 or maybe. Okay, cool. Big up Josie. Yeah, like we said earlier, right? It's almost likely this guy's the coach here who's batting, and maybe this guy here who's throwing, and somebody else over there. Big up Ricky Pitcher, like the stream, y'all. Yeah, appreciate you. Big up Ricky Pitcher. Yes, like the stream. He's there to make sure there's no trans kids. There's no trans kids on the field. Big up Assad Aziz. Big up King Bayuda. Let him because he's annoying and he's huge and probably donating to the team. Oh, that's that point at the end there about the donations. That's such a good point there about the end about the donations. That is such a good point. Yeah. That is such a good point. Big up, big up. Big up Dexter Watson. Bappa wants to be the know-it-all. Texas has one of the best teams in Little League, so parents would be giving some pushback. Yeah, I can't wait for that, by the way. I can't wait for those stories. When he does take his kid to play baseball in Austin, I can't wait for those stories when he meets a bit of, you know, resistance, a bit of pushback from other parents there who maybe don't take too kindly to, you know, to these recent people coming over and shit and throwing all around their fucking authority and whatnot. Big up Brian Laura as well. He moves like a fat kid. Yeah, it's just not really graceful, and it just doesn't look that impressive or that good. Like, the only thing that I think is really sad about Brendan's athletic journey or his professional sports journey over the years is that although he's a big dude and he looks like he played professionally in some sport, if you saw him in an airport or something, you'd think he's a security guard or some sort of former athlete. The only sad thing about it is that he's been blessed genetically, but he doesn't look very athletic, you know, when he does play a sport. And there's not a single thing I've seen him do, whether it comes to running, when it comes to him jumping, lifting, climbing, like doing the whole fucking Tough Mudder thing, bench press. Like, he doesn't look athletic once. Like, you know what I mean? It's such a strange thing. Like, you've seen fat kids who are maybe overweight, but they have, you know, a little bit of technique to them. They look somewhat athletic. You can tell there's like something you can work there. There's some tools you can work with there. Some they've got good foundation, good basics. Whereas with Brendan, he just doesn't look that great when he's doing anything athletic or anything sports based. Strange that. Must be his own type of curse where you're like built like you should be playing sports, but you don't really look like you should be playing sports. Even when you're in the UFC, like, and you're just standing and that, or like sparring or whatever, fighting, he just didn't look that great, you know? Maybe it's part of his aesthetic in that regard. But yeah, he doesn't look that great. But just think about it, man. Think about how much someone has to hate you to do this. Huh? Think about how much random people on the internet, on social media, must hate you to be posting this video of you just hanging out with your kids, because inherently there's nothing wrong with this, right? Inherently there's like nothing wrong with this. It's actually a good thing that Brendan's spending some time with his kids, or with his, not kids, Tiger specifically, his favorite. But it's a good thing he's spending time with his children, even if it's just one. It's better than being on the road, right? He's actually taking an active part in their upbringing and shit. That's a good thing. But someone still shared it on here, you know? Someone still shared it on here. I'm assuming this is a somewhat private video. And someone still took it from this baseball field and shared it on the Tfatk subreddit to take the piss out of how he catches or doesn't catch. Like, people must really hate you, man. You must be a real piece of shit when people go this far, you know? Jesus Christ, Brendan. Jesus Christ. And then going back, I think someone made an edit of it as well. Let's quickly watch the edit and then we can move on. What's this one? LT Gray is in for a rough teenage years with his beast of a dad.
Shit, then we'll call it a day now, son.
Huh? What's this about? Oh, I think this is a meme, right?
If you don't give a shit, then we'll
POV, sorry. You just went 0 for 4 at the plate with 4 strikeouts.
call it a day now, son. I'll quit the $400 lesson. I'll quit buying you all the new shit, the brand new fighting necklace, the brand new
It's
Evo
not on
shield
purpose.
bullshit. Just tell me where I went wrong as a damn father. This shit means something to me, son. If it don't mean nothing to you, we'll call it a day now. I'll sit down and shut the f up.
I know this is meant to be a joke, but that sounds like something Brendan will do. I know it's meant to be a joke. I know it's meant to be a meme, but that legitimately sounds like something Brendan will do. I could definitely picture him saying something along those kind of lines to Tiger one day, you know. And it's probably going to end in tears, by the way, because if he keeps pushing Tiger, if he keeps trying to push him like a professional athlete and not just let the fucking 10-year-old enjoy himself and have some fun and meet new friends, learn a skill, you know, whatever it may be, get out of the house, touch grass. If he just doesn't treat it as one of those type of things, he might effectively turn off Tiger to all sports. That's a problem, because I think a lot of people say, oh, Brendan's going to make Tiger hate baseball. He might make that kid hate all sports, because he's just, you know, he might just tank the whole thing, and Tiger might be like, you know what, fuck this. I'm not playing anything because I don't want you involved. I don't want you to be all over me. I don't want you to be fucking, you know, be a helicopter parent with me. It might get that bad. Like, it might get that fucking
Powerful
bad.
bunch.
We got A Martinez. Appreciate you.
Such a tool. Making fun of fat kids. He can barely
Exactly.
move.
Exactly.
Hess lucky he came up in fighting when there was no talent.
Exactly.
Big redact. Homeless cats rule.
Exactly. Someone said it. I think someone said it in the stream chat, or someone said, or maybe on Reddit I saw. Somebody basically said that if Brendan was in the UFC now, he'd get absolutely destroyed. Like, he came out at the right time, because I think somebody mentioned that fighters like Tai Tuivasa would have knocked Brendan's head off his shoulders. You know what I mean? Like, guys who are nowhere near becoming champion anytime soon would have absolutely walked through Brendan. You know, those type of dudes would have walked through him. So he came about just the right time, because he doesn't really have the chin for it anyway, fighting in general. But, you know, skill wise, you know, athleticism wise, he's not a match for some of these guys. He's just not a match at all. It's a real fucking crazy game. Let's watch the highlights quickly, then we can move on to the Ghost Gun documentary. Where's the highlights? Yeah, there we go. Bare minimum baseball dad catching highlights. Bare minimum baseball dad, they're calling him, you know.
The games in practice are the bare minimum. Everyone's doing practice and games. It's the bare minimum. So whatever, let's say there's 10 million kids playing baseball.
I'm sorry, but that might have to be an emoji or something. What can I do with this? I don't know what I can do with this. I'm not too sure what I can do with this, but I'll take it anyway. I don't know what I can do with this, but I'll take it. Oh my god, bro. Like, bro, just catch the ball, man. It's not that deep. Get on the ground, man. Slide, I don't know. Get yourself a bit dirty. It's not that deep, bro. Fucking hell. He's acting as if like the ball's gonna fucking pierce his skin. The kid's throwing it so fast, it's gonna fucking blow out his kneecap. You know what I mean? It's gonna sever his muscles and his fucking thighs or something. Like, relax, bro. They're not throwing it that fast or that hard. Like, you can take the hit on your leg. It's okay.
Let's say there's 10 million kids playing baseball. All of them are going to practice playing games. If you want to get to where the fuck you want to go, we're gonna have to do way more than this.
Yeah.
You're not even remotely close.
Right.
This practice. We're talking about practice. All these idiots practice.
Yeah.
All these kids.
Yeah.
What? Mean? It's sports. Tighten the fuck up.
Oh, that's so fucking good, man. Honestly, that was so fucking good. We got the person that made that. You're a fucking legend. Anyway, let's move on. Let's play this video to begin with. We're gonna do the good rant, and we're gonna go into Ghost Gum, right? Good rant and go to Ghost Gum. This is courtesy of Good Rant, the YouTube channel. It's just got uploaded. It's called Brendan Schaub Can't Stop Lying to Himself. That's the title right there. If you want to watch it in your own time without me pausing it and stopping it and doing all my commentary and fake laughing and all that stuff that people get annoyed by, that's the fucking, you know, the title of the video. If you want to check out yourself, you can. But we're going to be playing it and reacting to it live and joking around, having a good time. So let's big up Good Rant. Let's see what this video is saying.
I had so much fun doing stand-up, like on the road in different cities. It was such a good time. Great time. But I was miserable, making more money than I've ever made, but miserable. Like, success isn't having a special and selling out arenas. To me, I just prefer going to Tiger's practice than going on the road and making money.
Since Brendan Schaub announced that...
You know what's funny about that comment, by the way? In isolation, I get it. It makes sense. And it's a good thing that he's admitting it. It's somewhat commendable. But he's acting as if stand-up was just like a job that he did for a short period of time. When he was doing stand-up, he was making it seem like, when he started, he made it seem like it was a calling. Like he was always meant to do this. Like I remember even when I remember, again, I'm too in with the law because I was legitimately a fan of Tfatk at one point. That's how much of a fucking loser I was, right? But there was a time where I remember, I think around just before he announced the Showtime special, those of you who are like old school Tfatk fans, you would know too, or who used to listen to the show. Do you remember there was a time where he used to say something along the lines of like, I never had a thing. I was never that, like, you know, I never had a thing. Everything came really hard. I had to always fight for everything that I got. But this stand-up thing is like, you know, this is definitely, I found something that I can do. That's my thing. Like he'd say those type of things. Like basically insinuating that he's found his calling. He's found something that he takes to like a duck to water. They didn't have to try too hard. That he's having a good run of luck with. All the doors are opening for him in terms of opportunities and shit. He's feeling fulfilled. You know, all those type of things. Do you guys remember? I swear I remember there was a period where he used to say those type of things about stand-up comedy. Not including the fact that he used to say that, oh, when he was playing football, all he dreamed about was stand-up. Remember he was saying, oh, I was just blessed with this body and athleticism and being this big, but I really wanted to be a class clown. I really wanted to be a comic. I really wanted to be Jim Carrey. My idol was Jim Carrey. You know, my idol wasn't this big athletes and shit. I wanted to be on the stage. I wanted to do shows. Like, he would always say those type of things. But in that comment in the beginning, he's sounding as if like he did stand up just like a job. It was a nice little work experience, internship for the summer type of thing, and now I'm moving on. No, motherfucker, you made it seem like that was your calling. You wanted to go on SNL, and now all of a sudden, it's the worst thing that ever happened to you. What a cope.
That he and Brian Callen are moving to Austin, Texas. His delusions about his comedy career has gotten out of control. In Brendan's reality, the reason...
Yo, big up us all, he wasn't talking about stand-up, AZ. He was talking about smashing tortas on the road, yeah. I don't blame him, bro. Smashing tortas on the road, like, if you're Brendan, because I don't know, part of me thinks Brendan doesn't really have, I won't say standards, but I'd say when he was on the road, he was probably tackling anything. If you're one of the type of guys that can tackle anything, because you're on the road and you don't really have standards and you're cool, you could probably knock down a lot of tortas. You could probably run through a bag of tortas every fucking weekend. You could go fucking crazy if you wanted to. It's really bad, of course, especially if you've got a wife and the kids and family and shit. But if you have no morals, no scruples, and you don't give a single F-U-C-K, you could probably put up some triple digits in tortas that you could fucking run through during your comedy career on the road. No wonder some of these guys never go home. If you got no standards and you just care about getting your wee wee wet, woo, you can have a good time.
He stopped doing stand-up was because he was spreading himself too thin and neglecting his kids. So he humbly gave up his flourishing career in stand-up. At least that's what he...
Yo, big up Abe Martinez. Damn, bro. I'm riding the train into work and there's ravers go on the train and I'm eating snacks and listening to the Random Show. Yeah, to be fair, I love that. Big up Abe Martinez, brother. Safe journeys, safe travels into work. I actually like that. I'm not going to lie. I actually like being the unk on the train and seeing the kids jump on, getting waved, getting fucked up, trying to, you know, just people watching, figuring out what the dynamic is, who's the leader, which one likes who's already super fucked up, seeing them getting super paranoid about doing certain things on the fucking train and taking some of the adult vitamins, you know, you can kind of live through them vicariously for that short train ride. I quite like seeing kids go out and enjoy themselves, that kind of thing. Kind of reminds you of the time you were doing it and you thought you were on top of the world. You know what I mean? When in actuality, it's kind of lame, you know. But when you're that age, you think you're a fucking rock star. You think the whole world revolves around you. You think there's a film crew, traveling along with you as you're fucking running around on the train, drinking your £5 wines and shit. Oh, good times, man. Good times.
Tells himself. The truth is, he wasn't selling tickets, so comedy clubs were cancelling his shows, and so it didn't make sense to continue. And even with that realization, he will still have the audacity to make digs at Brian.
Yo, big up MK. Oh, but hope you got Young Old Vibes. Yeah, todos is in no food. Yes and yes, Young Old Vibes. Yes and yes. Big up MK. Fuck, I want to rave now. Right now, I'm stuck doing this 4K word assessment. Nah, the raving can wait, brother. Do the assessment. And also, I found, personally, especially since I'm probably going to go back to Berlin, probably at the end of the year, sometime soon, I found saving your raving for like events or for times is way better than just going all the time now anyway, to be fair. I enjoy it way more now that I kind of, save them for like a date in the future. Use the time between then and now and then to work really hard, and then by the time it comes around you feel like you've earned it, you know what I mean? And you can have a lot of fun that way. But yeah, assessment first, party second.
For not having a full crowd at his shows.
Don't do Sunday in Dallas.
Bo Jackson, Mr. Bo Jackson, or Mrs. Bo Jackson, or Day Bo Jackson, however you identify in the stream chat, look at me. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Come on, bruh. Come on. Come on.
When the Dallas Cowboys were playing, even though you guys showed up in Plano, and I really appreciate it.
But not on Sunday.
Sunday was not sold out.
Hey, Sunday was light.
It was
No, I got
three
videos.
quarters full.
I got videos from fans.
No, it's about three
I
quarters.
got videos. Hey, it's light.
Imagine failing stand-up and then...
Yeah, we don't have many Mexicans or Latinos or Latinas or Hispanic people in the UK anyway, to be fair. The biggest population of people from that kind of region in the world we have is probably Colombians, but they're mostly in South London. That's probably the biggest population of Hispanic, Latino type people that we have in this country. We don't have a lot of Mexicans, but the ones that we do have...
and taking the piss out of your best friend because he wasn't able to fill out a show. Guys, as you can see, I'm not exaggerating when I use the word delusion. But since he now has all this free time, his new thing is being a great dad. And while it's nice that he's able to focus more on his kids, he's put his own delusional spin on it, which is that he's choosing his kids over a successful career in comedy. Here he is in a recent episode comparing himself to other successful comics, saying that you spend less time with family and how he's much better off now.
Like like out of everything I do, nothing comes close. Dude, right? I've been in the UFC, NFL. Nothing is better. There's nothing else I'd rather do. There's nothing.
Yes.
There's absolutely nothing. Like when he's playing well and balling out, that's all I need, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I see the...
That's a weird thing to say, by the way. Surely you should be saying when he's playing and having fun, or when he's just out there and I get to just see him do his thing, interacting with other kids, practicing something or whatever, it just fills me with so much pride, so much joy that I kind of played a part in creating that human, Like, that should what's be bringing you joy, not the fact that he's playing well. Like, who gives a fuck if he's playing well or not? He's 10 years old. Like, Jesus Christ, Brendan.
Rocker, even our boy Bert Kreischer, going to see his schedule. Now his kids are in college, but he was like that when they were little.
He talks about it. Like
he talks
when
about,
you're gone,
he cried when me and him were on the podcast together.
Yeah.
How he's like, I wish I was around more.
When you're gone,
at least it wasn't too late for me to realize, like, hold up, stop the tracks. What's important here? I can keep doing this wild shit I was doing, or I can grow the fuck up and be the dad I've always wanted to be.
He only woke up to the fact that he needs to be more present in his kids' lives because he stopped selling tickets, or because he just couldn't. Like, it's probably twofold. There's a theory that says Brendan quit stand-up comedy because he couldn't sell tickets. But I lean more to the side of he just couldn't bother to work hard. That's where I lean on. I don't think it's solely the tickets thing. So it could be a combination of things, but I think the main reason why this guy quit stand-up comedy was because he couldn't be bothered to do the work. Because think about it. he was on one podcast complaining about, remember the Rat Pack? Remember that whole thing about the Rat Pack? I'm sure some of you guys remember that, right? The Rat Pack. Let me see if I might have it on my streamable. Hopefully I paid for the fucking membership account. I'm not sure if did I pay for it? Let's see if I still got yeah, okay, I still got it. So let me see if I still got the video. But I remember he mentioning the Rat Pack, the Rat Pack, the Rat Pack, the Rat Pack, right? So I think Brendan, there we go, where is it? There we go. If Brendan really misses the Rat Pack, there we go. See, sometimes I still do things the right way, and I've got it. So this is the video where during the interview, he was talking about how much he misses the original Rat Pack, right? Of him and the other comedians that were around the Comedy Store when he was doing stand-up.
Team captain, all this starts from Joe Rogan. So before I hit the
to be fair, in this particular video or this interview, he was still doing stand-up at this time, if I'm not mistaken.
But he doesn't give a shit about any of that, does he? He just does whatever the fuck he wants, and sometimes it works.
He does whatever he wants, and he's the leader of the pack, but he's also the reason why we embrace each other. And, 5, 6 years ago, 7 years ago at the Comedy Store, it was the Comedy Rat Pack. And we were the Rat Pack, and we were the guys, and every show was sold out. Our names on the marquee. And Rogan, there was kind of there's structure. Like, we don't tear each other down. We support each other. And I heard Isaiah Thomas say this when he went on my boys podcast, All the Smoke, with Matt Barnes.
My boy, Matt Barnes. All right, brother. Let's relax. Just because you exchanged a fucking couple of DMs on Instagram doesn't make you your boy. Let's relax.
And Isaiah Thomas said this, and it really resonated with me. He was on there. He's talking about Michael Jordan. And he goes, clearly, I'm not a black man. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I'm not black. But
it's actually not that clear, by the way. You could be. You could be.
No one knows what I am, dude. No one knows what I am.
If you told me you had a little in you, it wouldn't be surprising.
By the way, now he would never make that joke, by the way. Brendan would never make that joke now because he solely identifies as a white man. He is a white male. Thin blue line, MAGA, all that shit, pickup trucks, fuck immigrants, no fucking trans in my fucking school. Like he wants to be as Caucasian as it comes. He would never make that joke now.
It's not that clear, actually. Earlier, when you said Denver or Buffalo Bills didn't want slow white guys, I was like, yeah, so you're in.
Yeah, so you made the team, right? Yeah. Wait, you tell me you're not Aaron Hernandez? No, but where was I?
He's a comedian.
So we're this Comedy Rat Pack.
No, you're saying Isaiah Thomas said something.
Yeah, Isaiah Thomas. Yeah, so Isaiah Thomas said this, and I saw a clip that Matt Barnes posted, and I love those guys. I started with them at Showtime, and they're crushing it. But Isaiah Thomas, they brought up Michael Jordan, and Isaiah Thomas has issues with Michael Jordan. And Matt Barnes goes, we'd love to have him on. And Isaiah's like, it's a tough one. He doesn't do interviews. Then Isaiah said, as an alumni from the NBA, as alumni, and you guys are alumni, we're this tight fraternity. And not only are we a type fraternity that we've reached certain levels of the NBA in this lane that we're in, but we're also black men. And it is our duty to support each other. It is our duty to come on the shows and make sure you guys get views, make sure people get your name out there. That is something that it's our responsibility being in this small group, in this small club. And back in probably 7 years.
So essentially, Brendan's admitting that all of those guys would purposely gas each other up or lie to the audience about each other's achievements, accomplishments, levels of funny, in order to keep this myth alive that it was the best time to be a comedian. Now is the best time. Remember when it was the best time? The Comedy Store is the greatest it's ever been, because they wanted to sell tickets. And they knew if you come to see one of them, you're going to see all of them anyway. So let's just gas each other up. So they were doing it on purpose. It was all intentionally done to gas each other up on pods, appear on each other's
Powerful
shows,
bunch.
laugh at each other's jokes. Big up Salah.
And that's why I only podcast with white men.
Yeah, exactly. Correlation, exactly. Big up Salah.
Years ago, Rogan, it was the same thing. It is your duty to come on other shows, to broaden the audience, to bring everybody into these great talents. Okay. Whether it's, back in the day, Find the Kid, outside Joe Rogan, Find the Kid was the launching pad. If you go through it, you look at Tim Dillon, you look at Andrew Schultz, Santino, Theo Vaughn, Chris D'Elia. You look at all the people that came on there, and just explode it. Now, is it because the Fighting Kid audience?
You know what's kind of wild? That 1000th episode, none of those guys he mentioned appeared on there as guests, except for Schultz, I think. All those people that I would say they did have a role in maybe helping along the way. I wouldn't say helping them blow, but you know, they played a role. Not one of them appeared on the 1000th episode. Fucking crazy. And also got to show what they think of him.
Maybe helped a little. It's because those guys are so goddamn talented. And once people saw who they were, they out-succeeded Fighting the Kid. They've gone on, they've blown the roof off things now. But if you look back on Fighting the Kid, and I take so much pride and joy in that, where we had these guys on before they were massive. And as Isaiah Thomas said,
Wagwan Joel, bang your chest, brother.
It is our duty to do that. So that resonated with me. Now, this is 7-8 years ago, even 10 years ago when Fighting Kids first started out, we'd have all these comments on stuff like that. And then the pandemic hits. The pandemic hits, and the leader of the Rat Pack leaves. Joe Rogan leaves.
Bullshit
and the Comedy Store
allegations.
shuts down. Comedy LA shuts down. Then Tom Segura leaves. And then Joey Diaz leaves. Then Tim Dillon leaves. Then Theo Vaughn leaves. And then Brian goes through some bullshit Me Too movement, and he has to leave. And
what does that even mean? Brian goes through a bullshit Me Too movement. He talks like a toddler, innit? He talks like a toddler. Brian goes through some bullshit Me Too movement. Huh?
Chris D'Elia goes through some bullshit Me Too movement. Chris D'Elia has to leave.
Oh no, the real victims of this Me Too movement were Brian Callen and Chris D'Elia. Someone say a prayer for them.
And I'm on this island by myself. I'm like, whoa, where's everybody? I thought, all right, the troops, although we're not in LA, we got to rally. Let's rally around each other. And
when I hear him say rally, you know what I think of? When I hear him say rally, the first thing that comes to mind is this. If you know, you know. When I hear him say rally, we got to rally, the first thing that comes to mind is Top Gear Rally on the N64. When he says rally, a rally.
Broke my heart, man. It broke no, those days are over, dude. You got to figure it out on your own. Those days are over. The days of, being in the hallways at the Comedy Store and the Improv.
We got Abe Martinez.
How's it BS? All the women are lying? Special ed.
Yeah, they're all lying. Every single one of them's lying. And you know what's really funny, by the way? I don't even think he thinks the women are lying. He just believes Brian and Chris. Because Brian and Chris are his friends and they told him they didn't do it, and he just believes them. That's where the defense comes from. It doesn't even come from him reading the articles or reading through the allegations or knowing the women specifically and then calling them out because they're liars or they're known liars. It's just him saying, no, these guys are my friends. They told me they didn't do it. I believe them. It's like, imagine dying on the hill of a guy that's meant to be a friend of yours that's been accused of those type of things. Like, no, thank you, bro. Like, I don't need friends that badly that I'm going to jump in the way of and be the human meat shield of a guy that's been accused of diddling and raping people. Like, you know what I mean? I can get other friends. I can find some other friends.
Ice House and Laugh Factory were, hey, podcast tomorrow? Yeah, podcast tomorrow. Those days are gone. They've made it. Everyone's in their lane. You got to figure it out on your own now. And it's weird because, I was at the Comedy Store last night and I always have this, it takes me a while. I sit in the parking lot for a while because it just kind of reminds me when I pull up now that I used to pull up and Rogan would pull up in his Porsche and we'd park next to each other. We'd talk shop about the cars and what's next. And
nothing about comedy, by the way. Nothing about how to do comedy, how to get better at telling jokes, plans to tour the world or to visit fans in different parts of the world. He's just missing the fact that he doesn't get to show off his fancy cars to Rogan anymore in a car park. That's what he misses. That was the real nucleus of the Comedy Store scene. Of the stand-up comedy scene in LA was about who had the newest Porsche, who had the best rims, who had the best paint job, who had the best body kit. That's what was really important to these stand-up comedians. I love it.
then Santino would pull up and we'd talk to him, and Chris D'Elia, and then Brian would pull up, and Bobby Lee and Theo, and we'd be in there, and
It's like college.
It was the best. It was the absolute best. And I wish 5, 6, 7 years ago, somebody would have tapped us on the shoulder like, hey fellas, in 2 years, this is all gone. I didn't realize at the moment that was the golden age, and what we were doing was so special. We took it for granted.
So I'm saying this now that I think the reason why Brendan, and I think this clip has definitely solidified or given my reason more credence. I think he didn't quit stand-up solely because of ticket sales. I think he quit stand-up because it got too hard. Once everybody left, it wasn't as easy to perform at the Comedy Store. It wasn't as easy to perform at the Laugh Factory, to perform at the Ice House, all these top fucking locations. It wasn't as easy to get out of the house or to do shows or whatever it may be, or to put together lineups, blah, 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 blah. So I think the effort involved in trying to, because essentially you'd imagine he had to start from scratch again. He had to start from zero again because all of his friends are gone. And then in the power vacuum, for lack of a better term, that was created when they left, a new group of people came up. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, the booker of the Comedy Store also moved to the mothership, and this new woman took over, who we spoke about already in the stream, who, you know, maybe had a bit more of a woke or a little bit more of a left-leaning perspective on how she was going to run the Comedy Store. So she had to push up some different people, banish a few people. I think Brian Callen was one of them included. So he just wasn't prepared or willing to pull his sleeves up, or roll his sleeves up, sorry, and graft and work and really show and prove that he really wanted it. Because he did it, he kind of wanted it when Rogan and that were around, because it was easy to do, because they made it easy. But the moment those guys left and he had to actually work on it himself, he had to maybe book his own shows, be more proactive at the shows themselves, and network and talk, and, you know, maybe make some new friends in this new group of people who now kind of took over for Rogan and shit. He didn't want to do that. He just got tired, he got lazy, and he just thought, fuck it, I'd rather quit. That's why he quit personally. I don't think it's solely because of ticket sales. I could be wrong, but that's my theory. Let's go back to the video.
And have a lot of knowledge put into them, and and that's what's important. So it wasn't too late because the kids are young.
Yeah, man, I think
I wouldn't trade for anything. Like I don't think the
Big up by Jack Donny Jr. Curious how not hiring Grapists is left leaning. You know what I mean? Like, or maybe you don't know what I mean. Like, for instance, that guy that was working at the Comedy Store before, when Rogan was there, you'd imagine him and Rogan probably politically line up a lot, right? And you'd imagine he probably wouldn't have cared if Rogan stayed in LA and Brian still had those rape charges against him. That guy would have still probably booked Brian to perform at the Comedy Store. But I think it's different when he leaves and another person comes in who's a woman who maybe has a different political leaning, which would then make her be a person who probably does take counterculture quite seriously. A person who abides by that tenet of like believe all women and shit. Or maybe just has personal experience with that sort of stuff and doesn't want, you know, somebody that did that sort of stuff in their club. But I'm pretty sure if that guy who was at the Comedy Store booking before, I forgot his fucking name, if he was there and he never maybe moved to Austin, I think Brian Callen would still be performing at the Comedy Store, because he's passed at the Comedy Store. He's passed at the Comedy Store. I think he was passed at around the same time Rogan was. He's been doing stand-up for like 20 plus years, maybe 30 years now, Callen. So he should be performing there, really, especially at his level, you know, in terms of his level of fame and shit. He definitely should be a person that's performing at the Comedy Store, but he doesn't perform there solely because that lady's there who now has a different perspective and outlook in how she wants to book that club. That's just a theory. Again, it's not, no one's confirmed this. This is just us talking shit here.
juice is worth the squeeze. I think it's better for those people for those dads like grinding and then their kids' lives. Like, to me, success is I can go to all of Tiger and Bossy's practices. I don't miss a practice. I don't miss a game. Like, to me.
But that's a weird thing to say, because he's acting as if it's an either or. You can do both things. You can pursue your own career in stand-up, your own dreams, your own passions, while also trying to be as present a dad as possible. You're not going to always hit it out of the park, for lack of a better term. You're not going to always live up to your standards or live up to your goals, but you can do both things. It's actually a bad indictment. It's actually a sad indictment on Brendan and his parenting, or his inability to kind of multitask, that he wasn't able to do the whole being present in his kid's life and do the stand-up thing when you're doing stand-up. He kind of feels like it's an either or thing, when that's not the case. You can do both, and it doesn't mean if you don't do both, or if you do one, that you're a bad parent. You're just making do with what you have, and you're trying to make the best out of the situation that's in front of you. But it's a strange thing that he's trying to make it seem like stand-up was the main reason why he wasn't a bad dad, when really stand-up is the reason why his kids have got this lifestyle that they have, you'd imagine, for the most part, right? The money that was made during that time, the connections, the opportunities, the sponsorships, all these type of things have allowed them to kind of live a fairly decent life these last few years. You should be thankful about it, not trying to act like it was the worst thing to ever happen to you, especially when he was acting as if like he really wanted to be a stand-up comedian. Like he saw himself doing it for many years, and that was his real passion, and he didn't really care about sports, and he always wanted to be a funny person and a class clown, and Jim Carrey was his hero and SNL. Like, come on, man, come on, bro.
That's success. Success is, to me, and I realized probably honestly about
say it again.
Success is, to me, and I realized probably honestly about maybe a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, like success isn't having a special and selling out arenas.
Yeah.
Okay, success or
what? So if you sell out arenas and you have a special, that's not a good thing anymore. You shouldn't be proud of doing that. If you got kids, you should not be proud that you sold out an arena, or you sold out a theater, or that you got a Netflix special. That isn't impressive anymore. Just because he never did it, by the way. If he would have done it, it would have been different. But because he never done it, he's now trying to cope and tell you it's not that good, actually. Yeah, sure.
Success, as Brendan calls it, is being with your family and not selling out shows. I guess when comedy clubs around the country were cancelling his shows or reporting poor ticket sales, something clicked.
Hold up, stop the track.
That's right, hold up, wait a minute. This is not success. I'm sorry, success. Success is something different. But he keeps going.
And you gotta be selfish, man. You do. In order to be a great comic, a great actor, a great athlete, you gotta be super selfish.
It's unfortunately, gotta be in your mind all the time.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't make you the best dad.
No.
And now there's some great...
I swear he didn't care about this stuff when you were doing comedy. Now all of a sudden he's fucking moral grandstanding and shit, right? Gaslighting, grandstanding, manipulating, obfuscating, just lying in general. And again, it's a cope. I guess it's a narcissistic cope, I guess, trying to do that thing, but it's just unnecessary too. It's like, the truth is just way easier. Like there was a time, like the truth could be this. There was a time where I was quite selfish because I was obviously pursuing my, dreams at the time to be a stand-up comedian. I really wanted a special on one of these big platforms. I never really worked out, but I had a really great time doing it. I got to travel the world. I got to go to places I probably would have never gone to without stand-up. But I also realized during that time that, I wasn't really present. I wasn't really a dad. I wasn't really maybe the best husband. But now that I'm not doing stand-up as often, I've seen that it's quite cool to be at home. It's quite cool to be around your family. It's quite fun to hang out with my wife, hang out with my kids. I'm actually really enjoying it. But not try and say it as if like anybody that is enjoying being a stand-up comedian that travels well with the family, that they somehow have to feel guilty for doing it now because you don't enjoy doing it anymore, or because you don't do it anymore. It's like, come on, man. Come on. Give us a break.
Dads who pulled off, but it's just different, man. It's just different. It's just
big up Black American. I bet there's also been rumors around the Comedy Store. I bet some female comedians stayed away from the Comedy Store just because they heard about Callen Diaz. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think so. We covered it before. On here on the stream, but I forgot the lady's name. That lady that took over from the other booker. We covered her and we read an interview of hers, and she essentially said something similar. Like there's been a bunch of comedians who stayed away from the Comedy Store because of those guys. Not even going that far. Bobby Lee said it before, right? He said it plenty of times on Tiger Belly. He said it plenty of times on fucking Bad Friends. How he was really uncomfortable around Rogan and those guys. Before he was friends with them, or friendly now with them, he really kind of was intimidated by those type of people. Now, I know Bobby Lee is not the best witness to kind of go off from, because he's probably scared of his own shadow most times, but he's still I think is a good reflection of like how it probably was over there. Like if you weren't in the cool club, if you weren't a part of that inner circle, you were made to feel like, you know, othered, you know, you were kind of on the outside looking in. So I can imagine a lot of people that were on the outside looking in probably just thought, you know what, fuck that. I'm not going to stand here, wait for permission to go into this club. We're just going to do our own thing, you know? We're going to travel the world, we're going to do this, do that, whatever, just figure it out. We don't need to fucking stay here and let these guys, you know, give us, you know, a few shekels here and there to perform stand-up. So I think that's what probably happened. I could be wrong though.
Different.
Very difficult.
I wonder what's so different. I mean, we know that those other comedians actually sell out their shows. It's entertaining seeing Brendan trying to explain this while dodging the conclusion that he doesn't have talent when it comes to comedy.
And to me, it's just, and now I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. To me,
yeah, exactly, teaser. Exactly, yeah. It is. It feels like a sneak diss, isn't it? It does feel like he sneaked this in Callen, but he doesn't even realize it, you know? He doesn't even realize it.
I just prefer going to Tiger's practice than going on the road and making money. It's just the decision I have to make. I wasn't happy.
You weren't making money on the road though. Like you weren't. I think who said it? I think Unique. Big up Unique. I think Unique. Big up Unique. My brother. I think he's of the thinking, which I don't believe, to be fair. But Unique swears by the fact that he thinks Brendan would be booking his own shows. He doesn't even believe he was booking those shows. He doesn't even believe those clubs were hiring him. He believes he was booking his own shows and then trying to sell them, obviously, and trying to hope to sell them out so he can make the money back. But he wasn't going to book at any club. Towards the end anyway, at least that tour, the place he was playing at, they were all pay for play. So he was booking them in the hopes that he'd get the money back on the door, allegedly. If that's the case, then you were never making money on the road. Do you know what I mean? It's not like you gave up and left behind this really amazing career, you know? Like, come on, bro. Like, let's relax. Let's relax.
I was making more money than I've ever made. I just was.
You weren't present in any capacity.
In nothing.
Nothing
Mattered. For the podcast, the shows, I could see it. Nothing. Yeah. I was just going, doing this show, doing.
So hold on. He's trying to make it seem as if now the shows back then when he was doing stand up were worse than the ones he's doing now because he's focused on being a dad. I don't think that's true. And we do Tfatk watch-alongs on here. So I think myself and you guys in the stream chat and anybody else watching, I think we are in the, you know, we have every right to judge this and, you know, whatever, because we have the information and we watch this sort of stuff. But even if you're being charitable, I don't think there's anybody here that can sit here and say that Tfatk is better now that Brendan has kids or is a dad or something. Like, it's still a shit show. It hasn't improved. It hasn't got, like, if anything, it's got worse. The show was probably better when Brendan was running and gunning all around town, trying to get addies and baddies with fucking BGO and shit. It's not as good, you know what I mean? It's not as good at all now anymore. So it's a weird thing to say, like, oh yeah, like what, you know, the whole being outside and on the road is what made me a bad dude. Not my actions, but what, you know, happened out there is what made me a bad dude, which is fucking hilarious. Let's continue.
It's also like how you dealt with the stress of everything that went down.
Everything,
you know?
Yeah. I just worked because that's what I know to do.
Yeah.
But I was miserable, making more money than I've ever made, but miserable.
Yeah.
Miserable.
Whatever. Lies.
Miserable.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that him going on stage to a bunch of empty seats was probably the miserable part. Now, we get it. He's super happy with his new lifestyle, but then we find out he's moving to Austin, where most of today's comedy assassins are thriving. Bryan Callen is, of course, going to get more spots at Rogan's Club, so it's a nice boost for his career. The move makes total sense for Bryan, but that's not the case for Brendan. He's not a comedian anymore, because, as he says, it makes him miserable, so why the hell is he going?
Yeah, I wake up at 5. I have a routine. I'm eating good. I don't drink anymore.
Ozempic. Not drinking is really, really good.
And also just happier overall. Like, I was a knucklehead, dude. I've been a knucklehead for a long time. Yeah. You know? So it's just like getting my life together. You know?
Exactly. Big up Black American. I hate to say it, but it was better when he was drunk and high. I said it plenty of times before on here on the stream. I think I was streaming when he was drunk and high, but I don't think I really enjoyed it or really savored the moment or really kind of went deep into some of the content to kind of laugh at certain things. Because that era where he'd have that fucking tumbler and it'd be fucking heavy pour, hardly any mixer, couple of ice cubes in it, recording Schaub show, like, And I think he does Schaub Show. If I'm not mistaken, he records that according to Chin's vlogs. It seems like he records Schaub Show really early in the morning, maybe 10, maybe 9 a.m. just after the school run. He drive right over after the school run to the fucking Thick Boy Studios, and then bangs out Schaub Show. So he'd be doing Schaub Show buzzed or drunk out of his nut, sitting there with Chin in the studio, drinking a fucking whole entire tumbler full of fucking whiskey. You know what I mean? Just on the fucking random Wednesday or Tuesday, whatever they recorded. I found that was fucking hilarious. So yeah, he definitely was a lot more fun back then.
So when you ask me when we go to Austin, you'll be at the mothership all the time? Probably not, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll check. Like, obviously, I'm gonna support you when you're there. Dude, I'm there all.
Yeah.
When you're there, I'm there.
Yeah.
But as far like when you're doing your weekends or whatever, and then if Rogan's there, I'll go say what's up to the boys. But as far as like,
right,
my life's so different now, dude.
Yeah.
And in the best way.
So you don't even want to go to the club just to even hang out, watch a show, shoot some shit, hang out with your former Rat Pack friends and stuff. Like it almost feels as if like he didn't quit that job by choice, you know? The whole fucking stand up whatever maybe thing is. That's the only explanation for it. As to why he's like this. The only explanation for this is that maybe, just maybe, he lied about why he quit, you know? Just maybe. Maybe. Who knows, though?
I feel like if you keep having to say to the world how happy you are, you likely aren't that happy. I think the hard truth for Brendan is more likely that he misses doing comedy, especially when he was fresh off that Rogan bump. And as much as he whines about how miserable his life was as a comedian, he'll occasionally reveal how much fun it actually was.
It was a great...
Yo, Chris Mack, bro, could you imagine your weak and narcissistic father pulls you out of the paradise that is Southern California, which is only the home you've ever known, and drags you to Austin fucking Yeah, I said it before. It's super selfish. It's up there with fucking Chris Stefano's crash out story when he had some sort of panic attack and decided to move his whole family from the suburbs of New York or wherever they were, New Jersey somewhere, all the way to live somewhere downtown in New York because he was getting frantic and panicky because he needed a fucking a slice or something. He needed to live somewhere where there was a slice or a pizza store or a bodega down the road. I think that was one of the Stefano's reasons. So he pulled his kids away from their friends and all this sort of shit. Right, horrible story. But I think the Brendan one's maybe worse because at least with the Chris Stefano one, I think that was like in the hopes of trying to remain relevant in stand-up comedy or something. Again, it doesn't make no sense, but I think that's what his point was. But when you're fucking, when you're Brendan, it's like, I don't know, do you have that point? I'm not too sure. Let's continue.
Great time though. I had so much fun doing stand-up, like on the road in different cities.
It's great, man. It's
like
great.
getting up at the Comedy Store. Like, God, dude, it's insane. It was such a good time.
Incredible.
Great time. But I was miserable, making more money than I've ever made, but miserable.
Lie. There's so many pictures and clips of him on the road doing stand-up, having a blast. Having a fucking blast. It's funny he's saying it's miserable. Like, interesting how the brain can do that for you, right? Create these like fault narratives to help you make you feel better. It's pretty wild, man. Pretty rad. Pretty rad. Let's continue.
Miserable. Great time.
You can almost see the twinkle in his eye as he reminisces doing stand-up. Those two sound bites were like 15 minutes apart, but I had to put them together to show how ridiculous he sounds when he tries to convince us that deep down he hated doing stand-up. Recently on the Golden Hour, he mentioned yet another reason why he didn't like doing stand-up.
If we're gonna go do a spot, we're gonna go do a spot because we made it.
Yeah,
You
but
know what I
after
mean?
after the pandemic, I
that's a
think
problem.
everything changed.
That sucks.
What do you mean?
That sucks.
Well,
you know what? Maybe for me, because I think one of the reasons I gravitate towards it and ran with it was because I felt like there was a group.
I agree.
And then once that left,
I agree.
COVID happened, and I would see Eric every now and then.
Fucked everything
but outside that, I didn't see anybody.
Yeah, COVID changed it
And I
all.
was on my own. I'm like, oh, this. And then I realized, I was kind of doing it so I could see my friends and be like them.
Yeah.
But if I'm on the road by myself, I'm doing.
So you didn't really like doing stand-up because stand-up, you'd imagine, is for most of the time, a solo pursuit anyway, a solo endeavor, especially if you're writing jokes, especially if you're performing a lot. Why does he think he would have these group of people around him at all times? It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense.
Spots by myself, like I don't. This isn't for me.
Unless,
I don't love it as much as you guys do to pursue that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, so far his reasons are that he was unhealthy, he missed his kids, didn't like staying up late, and now he's added that he was lonely. It's starting to sound like he hated almost everything there is about stand-up. The reasons for not doing stand-up just keep growing. You'd think he was forced into it. He's trying his hardest to convince us how happy he is now compared to when he was still on the road. And now a big part of his persona is being the physically strongest baseball dad.
And then what I do every morning when I get home, I take off my shirt and they wake up to me going, "What's up, boys? What you been doing?" And I tell them everything I did in the gym every morning.
Aside from podcasting, that's pretty much
Sure.
what his occupation is. Strongest baseball dad. Boasting about how much he can lift in the gym, Callen has been cheering him on, of course, but sadly the guys on Golden Hour shat all over it in this recent episode.
There will always be that gladiatorial fucking, centuries and centuries ago, strength was the most important thing, or fighting was the most important, whatever,
It still
power,
is if shit
power.
breaks down.
If it does, but it's not right now. Right now, we have a law. We have the law. We have. You can't kill somebody. You know what I'm saying? So if that.
Well, I mean, this is all.
Yeah, big up Jack Donaghy Jr. He was miserable that last year for sure. No more travel crews, unsold shows, cancelled shows, 12 different name tours in 18 months. Worst special ever made. For sure. I don't doubt he wasn't miserable. I just think inherently he just wasn't willing to fight for his career. He just wasn't really ready to grind. And I guess I don't blame him also for not willing to grind, because he came into it and he had a pretty smooth ride, He started off basically on fucking third base, innit? Essentially with the built-in crew at Tfatk. He basically started doing stand-up in front of a sold-out crowd. Probably not much heckling, so not much feedback to kind of figure out if you're funny or not and what to tighten up or not to tighten up. And then just kind of went on a bit of a, forever sesh. So that's probably a lot more common than people probably would love to admit, I'd imagine, in these type of things. But yeah, ultimately he just didn't want to work hard. He just didn't want to graft and really, try to make it work. It was about, okay, if it's not going to work now, it'll happen in the easiest way possible. Or no, soon my friends have gone and not making it easy anymore, and I don't get into certain doors and that's when it becomes an issue. So it kind of is what it is, I guess. What can you do? What can you do? Let's continue.
Also,
you can.
But then
the
you
10
go to
richest
jail.
people in the world, I'm sure, can't bench 100 pounds.
Right, but I'm saying, but they could take you out in a second and get away with it.
Yeah,
you'd be dead.
Nerds,
you know what I'm saying?
running the place.
Yeah, you'd be dead. So who's what is strength?
People you bullied.
Also, you don't need to denigrate stand-up. You could just say it was a good time. You don't need to denigrate one thing because you're now better with the other thing. It's like, you could just say, yeah, I thought it was something I would be doing for a long time. I did it for a short time and I got what I needed to get out of it, to be honest. I still love the art form. I watch specials from time to time here and there, and I'm always going to champion and kind of big up my friends and stand up still who I see on social, whatever. There's a way of saying it that doesn't need you to put down your other brands or put down your... It's like, there's a way to do it without being incredibly, whatever that word is. Whatever. Let's continue the video.
You know what I mean?
So what is strength? When your
Brain
kids
freeze.
grow up, dude, you being physically strong is not going to be in the top 5 things that they admire. It's not, dude.
Oh, you don't think so?
No, not when they grow up and they talk about dad. When they're 40, they're going to talk.
I'm sorry, but the fact that Brendan is hearing this for the first time and he's surprised, that's the real worrying part. The really worrying part is that Brendan really did think being physically strong would be some sort of thing his kids would be bragging about him to other kids when they're over the age of 10 or something. That's a really sad part. Like, he has no idea or semblance of how he's looked at or perceived or anything. You know what I mean? Strange lad. Strange lad for sure.
And they go back and look at the Instagram and say, damn, he did 225, 30
No,
times?
bro. They're not going to say that.
You don't think so?
No, bro.
Dude, I'm just trying to say to you.
No, I'm with you, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you got more stuff going on than that.
He looked a little defeated when they were telling him that strength in today's society doesn't have much value. So Brendan now finds himself a failed comic moving to Austin to be around other comedians, even though he hates the lifestyle, but is still going to hang out at Rogan's club to support Bryan Callen and say hi to Rogan whenever he's there, so it sounds like he'll be there a lot. Now, remember all those reasons why he hated stand-up? Well, in this recent episode, it doesn't take long for Bryan to convince Brendan to make a small comeback.
Okay, I got an idea for us. I know you're in retirement, but I got a little idea for you to jump up on stage and do some stuff.
For Fighting the Kid Live?
No, just for a different thing, but you might have to make a couple guest appearances.
We'll see, man.
It'll be silly and fun, and I promise
Let me
you.
get my beak wet.
You'll love it. Get your beak wet a little bit. Just in front with those fucking around. A little bit, that's all. You know what I'm saying?
We'll see, dude.
Look at Deadeye he's thinking about, isn't it? It's really worrying him, isn't it? Being back on stage actually worries him again. Because he's exposed. Because you also have to imagine, Brendan, from what we know anyway, watching him online and watching him from afar, it's pretty obvious he has some sort of like anxiety, paranoia thing about being out in the public. So maybe that also doesn't help, right? You're on stage, you're exposed, there's no security at most of these places. And because of all the, fuck shit you may have been upset over the years, or just in general, people would want to maybe, see you or talk or whatever it may be. And Brendan, doesn't want that because he's afraid that some homeless cat might turn up at a gig and just want to, go crazy, blam, blam, blam mode. But yeah, what can you do? Let's continue.
Well, he didn't seem to need much convincing here. We know for a fact, if Bryan is inviting Brendan up to do a set, he is 100% gonna do it. Especially if it's at the Mothership, a place where he no doubt wanted to perform back when he was doing stand-up. This move to Austin feels like he's just going to wanted to perform.
I'm still gonna die on that hill. It's a very odd hill to die on. But one thing I do have sympathy for when it comes to Brendan is the Mothership and not being booked there. I know he doesn't deserve it on paper or whatever it may be. He's not that funny. I get it, all right? But if you're flipping, if you're Brendan, right, and you start doing stand-up, the first couple of years you get a deal with Showtime, you got this banging podcast that's now getting really, really popular, getting all these big guests on there, Rick Ross, all these type of people, right? 50 Cent and shit on Tfatk really early on. Dave Attell and shit, really crazy people. But I think if you're Brendan and you start early, and then Rogan brings you in and lets you perform at the Comedy Store on his lineups, and lets you perform at the Laugh Factory, the Ice House with him also, and kind of gives you preferential treatment, I think it's completely understood why things work out the way it did. But if I was Brendan, I'll be pissed off that I didn't get booked to the Mothership. I'll be pissed. I'm good enough to perform for you at the Comedy Store, but I can't perform at the Mothership. Now you go to now you open the Mothership and suddenly you have standards. Suddenly you have fucking standards of how people can perform or not perform. But before the Mothership, there was no standards. That's the crazy part about it. Let's continue.
Back when he was doing stand-up. This move to Austin feels like he's just going to support Bryan Callen. Imagine moving your whole family to another city for your friend's stand-up career, at the same time saying how much he hated doing stand-up. And if his reason was because of the Fighter the Kid podcast, that really doesn't make much sense. Golden Hour is a bigger podcast by the average views, so podcast-wise, he's better off staying put. If you enjoy...
That's a hard one, though. That's a hard one, isn't it? That's a hard one.
It's a bigger podcast by the average views. So podcast wise,
I don't really know what the reason was at Austin, Texas. Like outside of saving the money, I don't really just see what's going on there, because it sounds like he doesn't really care about a lot of the celebs that would pass through Austin, Texas, apart from the right-wing country ones. But again, I'm not too sure what value there would be in them sitting down with someone like that, So I get it. I absolutely get it. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah. Brendan can't stop lying to himself. Weird cope in general. Like I said, it's a good thing that he's present with his kids and he's hanging out with them. But the lies, it's just unnecessary. The fucking retconning of his origin story is unnecessary, of what actually happened, and the video footage and everything else. It's just, it's just a weird situation. Weird situation all around. Big up everybody in the stream chat that's tuning in. Make sure you smash that like button down below if you're enjoying the show. Let's go and do, what's his name? Let's do Ghost Town or Ghost Gum, whatever that guy's name is. What's the fucking Ghost Gum video? Where are you? Where's Ghost Gum? Not that one. Talking sour, cringe. Where's Ghost Gum? There you go. The collapse of the Rogan verse. Cool. Let's do a little bit. Let's do a little bit of Ghost Gum, and then we can continue. Yeah. Let's do a little bit of Ghost Gum, then we can continue. Big up everybody in the stream chat. Big up everybody watching. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, you like what you're seeing, please like the stream down below. Please click subscribe. Please get involved in the flipping stream chat. All that good shit we well appreciate. Let's fucking go.
In the mid-2010s, Joe Rogan was the face of podcasting, and he arguably still is today. But what people tend to forget is that by trade, Rogan is a comedian first. Through his meteoric rise in comedy, Rogan has brought some of his personal friends up with him, and some of them might just be the most unfunny comedians ever to get famous.
What the f*** is Mexican cookie? What are you talking about? It's like a chocolate chip with sauce all over it? What are you talking about?
Comedians and citizens like us both claim he has done irreparable damage to stand-up comedy. There's only 1,000 real comedians.
We got Apex Putter. Never say never on Gringo Pappy 2. I want that so bad. I want that so bad, man. Gringo Pappy 2, I want that so fucking bad. You don't know how much I want that. I want Gringo Pappy 2 so badly.
Comedians out there. Thank them.
There's maybe 1,000 comedians on Earth worth of fuck.
I think even 1,000.
No, I don't.
500.
It's more neurosurgeons than there are stand-ups.
Is that true? That can't be true.
Guarantee it's true.
By giving a massive platform to these guys, Rogan turned them into household comic names. And much like Rogan himself, these guys aren't really known for their stand-up, but known for their podcasts.
Listen, for me as a fan, you know, I'd love to see you fight John Africa in France.
Who the hell is John Africa?
Originally, these guys were confined to the Rogan bubble. They'd go on his podcast, have memorable moments, and boost their careers. But one day, Rogan left Los Angeles, moving to Austin, Texas. Think of this as the revelations of the Joe Rogan OG comedy sphere. When Rogan moved to Texas, all these guys left his orbit somewhat, as almost all of them have stayed in Los Angeles, meaning they were without their safety net. Some of these guys are still close with Rogan, while others are so bad that Rogan has actively tried to distance himself from them in recent years.
Look, Brendan's my boy, but he needs a handler. He needs someone like me around him all the time. What are you gonna do? No. Here's why. And he'll go, yeah, you're right.
So let's talk about everyone in the Rogan verse and how almost all of their careers have taken a nosedive after they left. This is the collapse of the Rogan verse. We'll also talk a bit about Joe and how he's changed, for better or for worse. I've also made individual videos on some of these people, so if you're interested in seeing more of them, they'll all be linked below. So let's start off with my personal least favorite comedian ever, Bert Kreischer.
I'm supposed to destroy it. You get it in my head.
I've noticed the Bert Kreischer hate has stopped a bit on YouTube. Anyone else notice that? I felt like there was a time period where, for like a couple of months, I felt like there was like a new anti-Bert video being made by some random YouTuber like every fucking single day. But they've kind of dried up now. I wonder, is it because Bert has stopped being annoying, or is it got people have got bored of him and moved on? He's kind of exhausted everybody because he's just, you know, he just remains the same. He's going to keep squealing. He's going to keep lying. He's going to keep fucking talking about how much he wants to quit drinking and still drink. He's going to lie about how much he does actually drink. He's going to be fucking I mean, people just get bored. But I did have noticed like a distinct lack in new Bert Kreischer content, whatever. Even Podcast Cringe, I don't think's made a video about Bert since maybe a couple of videos ago. So I think everyone's kind of maybe moved on. Or realize quickly that Bert's not really worth kind of, you know, digging your teeth into.
The fun.
Bert Kreischer was one of those Joe Rogan go-to comedian friends back in the day. After all, he was named the ultimate party animal at FSU in his 6th year of university. He's what you get when you take a frat guy, cryogenically freeze him for 30 years, give him
Big up Two Swords. Big up Two Swords in the chat. Wagwan, Wagwan. Big up Azov Andy. Wagwan, I see you. Ason, I see you.
a microphone and then release them to the public. His main brand of comedy isn't really jokes, it's more stories that probably definitely didn't happen, if that's your thing. Bert got so big he literally made a movie based on one of his stories, which did horribly.
By the way, was I the only fool? Was I the only fool that believed the machine story was true? Did all of you guys, when you heard, because I know some of you guys are going to lie like you always do and make me look like I'm the gullible idiot one, which I usually am. But be honest, people in the stream chat. When you first heard Bert share the machine story, did you all know that it was fake or that he made it up or that it wasn't true? Whatever other word is for not making it up. Or did you believe it? Oh, Koila, shit. Sorry, mate. Yes. Okay, cool. I thought it was legit. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Josie. Thank you. Thank you to my darling, wonderful, effervescent, lovely Josie. Big up fucking Josie. Thank you for being honest, my dear. Okay, I'm not the only one, because I thought it was true. I thought maybe there might have been some embellishments, but I thought generally the nucleus of the story was true. Big up TZ. Big up Teaser. I thought it was real. Big up Jack Donny Jr. No, I'll own that one. I thought it was true too the first time I heard it. Ason, he's obviously a bullshitter. Jack Donny Jr. at least more or less true. Coil, I knew it was fake because all these stories are like a movie where there's a main character. That's so true. Oh my god, Coil, that's so fucking on point. I knew it was fake because all of these stories are like a movie where where he's the main character and rallies everyone at the end. Yeah, exactly. All these movies all his stories feel like movies he grew up on, like coming of age movies. I can't think of them now, but you know the American ones, right? Where the guy he's trying to figure it out, he doesn't figure it out, then with the power of friendship and love, he figures it out in the end. Yeah, that's such an accurate description. Big up, Koila.
And on a personal level, for a story that's so insane, the movie is weirdly.
Big up young old vibes. 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 No, you're naive and easy susceptible to lies. I could always count on young old vibes to bring me right down back to earth, innit? I could always count on our queen YOV to bring me right back down to life. Back to life. Back to reality.
Boring, but anyways, he's also known for being one of the most unhealthy comedians ever.
Do you think that you're an alcoholic?
No, I've run it through the ringer a few times. Dr. Drew's my litmus.
Oh yeah.
And I've talked to him about it. He's like, you're not an alcoholic, you just drink too much. I drank a lot yesterday and I woke up in the middle of the night in a fucking sizzle. I mean, I was so hot and all.
Yeah, big up Josie. I was a fan of Bert. I read his book. I was a fan of Bert too. I was one of the people that used to say Bert's actually really underrated interviewer, especially when it comes to comedians, because he's so obsessed with selling tickets and with booking new venues and just making loads of money. He would always ask which I thought were very inquisitive questions. Like the Bert cast in the beginning was really good.
Powerful bunch.
Big old Sal Aziz.
I still got that tanning bed for sale, Oz. Just PayPal me under friends and family. It'll really help your muscles look defined.
Alright, fair. I guess the Sal Aziz is on the young old vibe side of things. Young old vibe side of things about me being susceptible and naive. Okay. Bless you both. God bless you both, okay? I'm not gonna meet you with hate, I'm gonna meet you guys with love.
All of a sudden my body went and fucking poured sweat. Back to sleep.
The point where his fans speculate if he's actively on death's door. We're not talking Artie Lang, but I mean, just look at this guy. Fans attribute this to his excessive drinking, and even more drinking.
It's 5:30. I woke up at 10, started drinking at noon, and my first beer was 3 beers in 8 seconds. I'm pretty fucked up.
There was a part of me also, I don't know if this is true now, but there's a part of me, when I used to watch Bert, I used to think part of the reason why he was so successful was because there's a bunch of, and I'm not sure if this is true, I bet this is still true. I used to think that part of Bert's success was his ability to kind of like appeal to like the middle of the middle class person in America who maybe who maybe would love to live their life like Bert. Like they also would love to wake up at 10, drink at 11, be in the pool, drinking with their friends at 1, having cocktails. You know what I mean? Like I thought there was a lot of dudes like that in America, but I'm not too sure now. I'm not too sure if there's a bunch of guys out there who actually want to be Bert and live like that, or if it's just him living in his own delusion, thinking that everyone wants to be like that. But I used to think that's why he was so successful, that there's a bunch of men out there who actually would love to be Bert. They'd love to give it all up and just pursue a career in whatever field that they're interested in, but then it just affords them the luxury to get fucked every day because that's what they really enjoy. They enjoy partying, they enjoy boozing, They enjoy hanging out with their friends and fucking around. That's what they want to do. But I'm not too sure if you gave the regular middle class white dude in America the option to do that, if they'd want to do that, you know, especially nowadays. People are a lot more health conscious and shit. I'm not sure people will be happy to just be wasting away their life drinking fucking warm beer in a pool.
I've had 4 shots. I'm still drinking cold beers. I'm in the pool trying to get my feet to unswell, and we just got my wedding ring off my hand because it was hurting. Today's the best Tuesday I've ever had in my entire life.
His first appearance on JRE was on episode.
Took the wedding band up because it was hurting, right? Yeah, sure. It was probably hurting your ability to fuck randoms. Big up the greatest, or no, true greatest. Aggo, you watching the fights? No, I'm not watching it, brother. Not watching the fights. Doing this stream at the moment. I'm not multitasking and watching the fights, so it's not a UFC 315 watch along, unfortunately. I'm just watching this at the moment.
Episode 73. And since he's been on Joe Rogan's podcast over 20 times. Most famously, Bert was a part of Sober October, a challenge between Joe, Bert, Tom, and Ari to see if they could go a month without drinking. Now, naturally, for somebody like Bert, who probably consumes more alcohol than water, this would be interesting to see what would happen. They do this challenge for 4 years, and it was super.
I would go as far as saying that I don't think Bert consumes any water. Not that he consumes more beer than water. I don't think Bert drinks any water whatsoever.
Super popular with the fans, particularly because you got to see how an in-denial alcoholic copes with abstaining from booze.
5K drunk one time and beat half of the fucking field.
That's right. Doug Stanhope and Chaley?
Me and Matt Foltron, we thought it was a pub crawl.
Oh, that's right. You told me about that.
And so, but I beat half of the fucking field. Now,
but just so you know,
those are the same people.
But the pub crawl, you gotta stop people.
Take a drink. It was an actual 5K that I thought was a pub crawl, so I drank 5 beers before it, thinking we would be getting buzzed, and it was a fucking 5K, and I beat half the fucking people.
The appeal of Bert on these shows was that he was a goofball that acted as a dummy for all the other contestants to feel better about themselves.
Do you think that this year's Sober October might include a genuine intervention for Bert? This from 2 years ago. Just with everything I've been hearing recently, it's increasingly unhealthy appearance, with his friends saying he's been going off the rails more than usual. I wonder if Joe and Tom has noticed, and if they might be planning to be straight with him about it. Probably not, as it's likely something better done in private and not on the podcast and enormous audience, but it's hard to ignore the state he's in. Hopefully they've been worried and step in if things are as bad as they seem. I personally don't have any sympathy for stuff like this. I really am confused why people really feel like bad or sad or have any sympathy or empathy for these type of guys when they get into these type of situations. They know better. Bert knows better. Bert knows he probably shouldn't be abusing alcohol the way he does or going as hard as he does, and he does it anyway. He doesn't want to stop. It's a big part of his personality. He doesn't want to let it go. He doesn't want to get healthy. He has no desire to do so. So let him just run it down, you know? Let him do what he wants to do. We can enjoy the shit show on the sideline, but this fake concern or whatever it is just lame. It's just like, I don't know. You know, we're not gonna be the ones to kind of get through to him. It's either he decides to change his life or he doesn't. If he doesn't, we're gonna be here to watch the shit show. It is what it is.
Particularly Joe. He was also completely delusional about his athletic ability because for some reason they added athletics into this competition.
When you say you're in good shape, yes, literally the shape of you is bad.
Now fans of the show will look back to these clips as some fond memories, but make no mistake, Bert was a product of Rogan. Sure, he had stuff beforehand, but Rogan really blew him up to the fame he has now. After Rogan moved to Texas, naturally, Bert went out on his own and arguably had the most success out of anyone on this list, apart from someone we're going to mention later. He had multiple successful podcasts, was selling out arenas, and even had his own fucking movie. But with this success, people got to see who Bert really was.
It's so funny. A comic's brain is so different than a pedestrian's brain, and like
big up Starby, baby, absolute legend. Let's go back one more time. I want to hear this whole exchange. So good.
It's so funny. A comic's brain is so different than a pedestrian's brain, and like what, you know, like I can't help. I went
pedestrian is so funny, by the way.
Oh,
like saying that. we're not in the
Thank
fucking
God.
armed force.
Thank
Let's
God.
fucking react.
Thank God.
That overuse that
They really
civilian.
do. It's like we are fucking so lucky we get to do this
Exactly.
bullshit.
An egomaniac who can't help but make every single thing about himself. Somebody who interrupts.
I think it would turn around.
For
1,000%
Tom.
would.
No.
No, for God. No, he's right. I'll tell you why.
Hang on. I'm gonna be. You
Why
guys are
can't
all.
you let him talk for a second?
Fakes his laugh.
No, you can't do it now. You couldn't do it then. That's why it's funny.
You couldn't do it then.
Lies, and not in a way to make stories funnier. I know every comedian does that, but to make himself look cooler.
When we went to Canada for the first time, you're not allowed to bring drugs into Canada, obviously.
Did you bring drugs into Canada?
I brought a little bit of drugs into Canada. And the guy comes in and he goes, you guys are all good. And I was like, oh, thank God. So as we're walking to the bus, I'm still a little buzzed and I'm feeling loose. And I go, hey man, just out of curiosity, like what would have happened if we had brought drugs into Canada? And he goes, you mean hypothetically, like say someone had a glass one hitter in their bathroom, shattered it, tried to throw it in the toilet and didn't flush it? And immediately everyone looks at me and I'm like, yeah, like that. And he go, I'd say it's an honor meeting the machine. Enjoy your tour in Canada.
Rogan has since distanced himself from Bert recently, changing the Sober October crew to Protect Our Parks, which Bert is totally not bitter about.
Yeah.
Ari, as a member of both Sober October and Protect Your Parks.
Oh yeah, you're the only one.
Protect our parks,
You're the
yeah.
only one.
Please have some respect.
You're the only
Put respect
one.
in their name.
What's that?
Put respect on their name.
We've never watched an episode. We refuse to.
Okay.
We just think it's kind of ridiculous that we got replaced.
Bert has also made a habit of posting pictures of himself crying on Instagram, so that's how his life's going. It seems that nowadays Bert's stories have gotten more and more insane, and by insane I mean unbelievable, as he apparently gets recognized everywhere he goes, all the time.
Everyone at the bar watched this happen. Everyone at the bar was like, what the fuck? I walked away. This is what upset me the most, is that and someone goes, do you know who you just did that to? And they go, who? She goes, that's Bert Kreischer. Then she Googles me, and then she's got her own narrative, because
He was a total asshole.
I was a total asshole.
Yeah.
All the good stuff I did, none of that counts, because she gets to tell her story. I was so angry.
Do you think though that when the part where she goes, "You make me uncomfortable," it's probably when you were like, "He's just went to the bathroom. He's going to be right here."
I didn't even say it like that, Tommy. I swear to God, my energy was like, what? Like more confused. Like
So was it that you got loud? You did something.
I didn't get loud at
so
all.
She just.
What was happening was dudes were recognizing me, and they were and she was like, I think the energy changed in the bar when I showed up.
It seems that now he's out of the spotlight, he can't deal.
I don't know how he can handle himself, man. It's pretty incredible how he can put up even with himself. Like I would, like if you were Bert, you would drive yourself crazy. You know, you'd be sick of yourself if you were Bert. At some point, be like, you know, I got reined this in, man. I'm exhausting, but somehow he doesn't get sick of himself. That's a talent in itself.
Deal with it anymore. He can't deal with not being famous.
How much of your life is lived to get Joe Rogan to say, I'm finally proud of you?
Unlike another person on Rogan who never really wanted to be in the spotlight but ended up in it anyway, Joey Diaz. Now there are tons of channels talking about comedians.
I don't think that's true. Joey always wanted to be in the spotlight. He was an actor to begin with. He did acting before he did stand-up, if I'm not mistaken. He was a proper legit actor for a good period of time. He still acts now. He still takes auditions. Joey always wanted to be in a stand-up. He always wanted to be in the spotlight. Come on, man. Look at him.
Specifically Joe Rogan versus comedians, but you'll rarely hear anybody bring up Joey Diaz, which might seem strange because Joey was one of the people closest to Joe. I'd say Joey Diaz was a funnier version of Bert Kreischer, where the comedy didn't come from jokes per se, but from stories, except the punchline was never, and then this guy said, I love your comedy, and everyone clapped and it was the coolest guy ever. The punchline.
Oh, one more time. I need that again. Sorry, I need that again.
Everyone clapped and it was the coolest guy ever. The punchline of.
One more time.
Everyone clapped and it was the coolest guy ever. The punchline of Joey's material was more about how much of a degenerate he used to be.
Anyway,
You really
go.
eat boogers?
Listen, from time to time.
Oh,
When you do
Christ.
coke for 30 years, it's a habit. You wake up in the morning, pick one out. It's like a
Why
fucking
would
candy
you-
cane with coke on it.
You see, Joey was born in Cuba under Castro, grew up poor in New York City, is a former coke addict and felon. While in prison, he'd learn how to do stand-up to pass the time. After getting out of the can, he'd get clean and focus on stand-up full time.
It's actually pretty impressive if you think about it, right? Because from time I've been out and I've done my fair share of adult vitamins, nobody can deny that the most annoying person in the club, in the bar, is the guy or girl or group of people who's on coke. They're the worst people to be around if you're out on the world. Now, if those are who party, who go out, know what I'm talking about. They're the most annoying people to be around. So it's kind of an achievement that I'm sitting here thinking to myself, if I was gonna go on a night out with any of these guys, I'd much rather go on a night out with Joey Diaz, the recovered, the now sober from coke and whatever addict, than fucking Bert Kreischer, who all he does is drink. Like, I don't even think Bert does any drugs outside of the odd mushroom and shit. I don't think he does any like hard drugs. But Bert is somehow more annoying than your typical cokehead. You know how crazy that is? You know how crazy that is that you can be that annoying from just booze when you're Bert? It's fucking an achievement if you think about it. Like he's like on another level. Like you can't even say Joey Diaz is annoying. You might not like his comedy. You might think it's a bit vulgar. But I don't think the first thing you would say about Joey Diaz is that he's annoying, But I would much rather spend an evening out with Joey Diaz than with fucking Bert Kreischer. Or any day of the week. Any day of the week. And for some reason, Bert is more annoying than your typical cokehead. How is that possible?
Where he'd end up doing some big clubs, being cast in movies.
You want to get to him, you got to go through me.
And most importantly,
Big up Two Swords. Have you met people on meth? No, I've not. Two Swords. Okay, what is meth worse? I guess meth has a speedy kind of edge to it as well, right? So I guess it's similar to cokehead, I'm imagining, in terms of the contact, in terms of the fucking touching, the sweating, the moving around, the constantly changing subjects during a conversation like 27 times, repeating of stories, disappearing to the bathroom. I'd imagine meth heads are probably the same as cokeheads in terms of level of annoying and intrusion and just generally, messing up your vibe.
Working with Joe Rogan. Joey, much like everyone else on this list, was a frequent guest on JRE, except instead of annoying the audience, he'd make them laugh. A huge reason why Joe and Joey got along so well was because weed was a massive part of their persona. They had plenty of conversations on the podcast that are some of my most memorable moments in JRE history, where they're either baked out of their minds or talking about getting baked out of their minds.
We just kept smoking.
We just fucking smoked. It didn't do shit to me.
What?
You got to break out the yay weed when I come up here, dog.
Yo,
What are you talking?
I remember this episode, bro. I'm such a Joe Rogan fanboy. I remember actually listening to this episode like live, like when it actually dropped, and Joey just spazzed out and went crazy because he felt fucking, what was it? Susquehanna weed. He got pissed off that Rogan's weed wasn't good enough. Susquehanna weed or some hipster weed. It wasn't proper weed. I actually remember watching this, man. Fucking wild. Let's go back to it again. Let's go back to the beginning. We got the stream chatters. They all do at least coke. He just admitted as much with the bus story. Who? What? Say that again. Ason. Are you talking about Bert Kreischer? Do you think Bert Kreischer? People in the stream chat, let me know. Because again, I've got experience because I'm a recovering party boy and I've been around people that party properly. When people say party here in the UK, we mean like drugs and shit. I think in America, when you guys say party, you probably mean like prostitutes and beer. I don't get the partying without the drugs. But do you guys in the stream chat really think Bert does drugs? I don't think so. I think all he does is drink. I don't think Bert does any hard drugs. I think if he did, we'd know. We could tell the difference. He looks like a guy that just drinks a lot. He looks like a walking bar, He's just full of fucking liquid. And he also probably smells a lot as well. He doesn't shower. But I don't think he does any hard drugs. I would be very, very surprised if Bert does any kind of class A substances. Bert's coke is attention and he can't. Oh yeah, exactly. That's a great point, Coiler. Bert's coke is attention and he can't get enough of it. Exactly. Coke, let's start a business. Meth, let's take apart your TV. Yeah. Yeah. Or like you're curious, like let's see how this TV works. Yeah, exactly. That's so good. That's so fucking good. I'm ashamed to say I've done both. Like I've got into conversations where I wanted to not business. I remember one conversation I had vividly, even till now, where we were planning to go to a festival. Like imagine we met these people in afters, right? And we were planning this festival we're gonna go to. Like seriously. Like, yeah, we're gonna book it on Monday. We're gonna book the tickets on Monday. We're gonna go. We're like going through the whole itinerary, and then when Monday came around, nobody booked jack shit. You know, but it felt so real at the time. It felt so real.
Just fucking smoke this and do shit to me.
What?
You gotta break out the yay weed when I come up here, dog.
What are you talking
that,
about?
Brian, that weed we just smoked. Don't do shit to me. If you make me drive 40 minutes up, you gotta get me stoned, bro. That Susquehanna weed, I've been telling you about that shit. Yeah, you brought that shit to the ice house too. That shit don't do nothing to you.
Joey even used to do a Periscope live stream. Remember Periscope? Where he'd smoke weed on live stream and give morning motivation. While in the orbit of Rogan, Joey created a podcast called The Church of What's Happening Now, which was like any other podcast, I'd say, except with Joey, there was this feeling of...
That's the wrong logo, by the way. Not to be picky, Ghost Gum. I love you, Ghost Gum. But that's the wrong logo. That's the logo for his new podcast. The old Church of What's Happening Now logo is a different illustration. It's the wrong logo, but I get the point.
Authenticity. A guy who didn't let the fame go to his head, who just wanted to be a normal dude doing stand-up comedy. That's what made his podcast so appealing.
Yo soy hijo la santísima caridad del cobre. Y te estoy diciendo...
Man, it's a shame that Joey's Rogan appearances aren't as good anymore. Mostly because fucking Rogan turns him into fucking COVID fucking conferences, and also I think because Joey's more conscious about not being too crazy on there because, you know, he doesn't want to get cancelled and shit. But Joey's appearances on Rogan were always legendary, man. Always legendary.
Diciendo que le tiene que meter leña. Yo te estoy diciendo que le tiene que meter galletazo.
Like, he'd start the podcast and just play random music to get the audience hyped up. He'd even hire a producer to help him run the show, Lee Syatt. Now, calling this
fucking, I didn't notice Lee Syatt's mole on his earlobe.
Audience hyped up. He'd even hire a producer
I never
to
noticed that. Has anybody had? Look at that? Look at Lee Syatt's little cute earlobe mole. It looks like an earring. I've never seen anyone with a mole on their earlobe. Look at him. Look at little Lee Syatt. Look at his little fucking. Oh Jesus Christ! He needs to fucking brush his teeth though. Look at the plaque on the teeth. He's definitely like that's white boy summer there, isn't it? That's white boy fucking summer. Look at the fucking plaque on the teeth. Come on, the Flying Jew. Come on, brother. You have to purchase at least an electric toothbrush. At least an electric toothbrush, because Jesus Christ, look at the plaque build up there. God damn it, bro.
To help him run the show, Lee Syatt. Now, calling this man a producer is doing him a bit of a disservice. He's more of a guinea pig.
Nah, he's a legend. He's a legend. He's a legend. Let's put some respect on Lee Syatt's name. He's a fucking legend.
Because Joey would give him superhuman doses of weed edibles.
Look at him. Look at him. The Joey Diaz co-star in The Church of What's Happening Now is completely asleep at the wheel. He's on the
It's a shame that Lee Syatt was never on Joey Rogan, to be honest. I always thought that was a little bit unfair. I know there's probably a reason behind it and it made sense, but I found it a little bit unfair that Lee Syatt never got a chance to sit with Joey Diaz on Rogan, you know, together, representing their pod. It was just Joey that went. That would have been pretty cool. And he probably would have said nothing anyway. He probably would have been super shy. He probably wouldn't have said this shit, but I don't know. I would have loved to have seen him on there. Was he on there before, was he? Oh, he was on there. Okay, cool. Maybe I missed it then. I feel like I watched every single one. I don't think I remember him being on there. Okay, cool. I'll check it. I don't remember him being on there.
show, and his eyes are almost totally closed. He's barely a slit.
Look at him. Yeah, he can't take it no more.
He's
He can't
so
take it no more.
high.
On the show, it was pretty normal for Joey and Lee to eat weed while recording. The average dose for a weed edible is usually around 5 milligrams to 10 milligrams of cannabis. Anything over 25 is considered a heavy dose. But Joey's not an average guy. He'd take Stars of Death, which had so much THC in them, they're illegal now.
But just in case you want to see the devil, then we got.
Really, they're illegal now. Do you think? I wonder how many of these things. If I bought fucking Buffalo Trace because Rogan was shilling it, I wonder how many people bought Stars of Death because of Joey Diaz's epic podcasts and shit. That one with Owen Benjamin, that one with that other female comedian who looked like she was convulsing, and she kind of had caught the Holy Spirit. Remember? I wonder how many bags of these fucking gummies Joey Diaz helped sell. Cause I would have bought, if I was out there in America, I would have definitely bought a few bags for sure. He must have sold a bunch. Jesus Christ.
We got the 200 milligram stars of death.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Josie. Owen Benjamin walked out, was never seen again. Yeah, the next time we saw him, he turned into a fucking racist, didn't it? He was on his farm ranting about the blacks and the Jews, like going crazy. But Coelho, they also got Joe to do the church once, and Joe wore his little raincoat and stayed 20 minutes. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. He did once a bit. Okay, cool. So I got to check it out. I want to see that Lita episode actually.
3 of these, you become a Nazi right off the fucking top.
Remember, 25 milligrams is considered heavy. These had 200 milligrams of THC. He would eat them like they're Starburst. The most I've heard him claim was 10, so 2,000 milligrams of THC, aka weed. But Joey wouldn't just take these alone. He'd give them to his producer. You know, the guy whose job is to run the show, who had only tried weed a few times before working for Joey. You can imagine how this went.
Dragging your kid down the dark cave. What's up, Lee?
That's fucked up.
What's going on, buddy? You all right over there? You all right over there? You want to go outside and get some air?
Oh, okay. Get your back on the brains.
Lee is fucked up for you people who are not watching this
Dude,
live.
I remember one time we
Now, after Rogan left Los Angeles, Joey Diaz up and left too, as he claims he was never really an LA guy. He moved to New Jersey, where he'd started a new podcast called Uncle Joey's Joint. Lee would guest star on this show, but wasn't as...
I respected Joey a lot when he quit stand-up for a bit. I'm not going to lie. It was so refreshing when Joey quit, because I think a lot of these guys, they don't really seem like they have an exit plan. They're just going to ride the train until the wheels fall off. They don't really, you know, they're just gonna keep doing the same thing and not changing. So it was quite cool to see Joey Diaz, even though he quit. I think a lot to do with the whole counseling Me Too thing. He didn't want to get caught up in that, but still, the fact that he quit stand up, moved to New Jersey, focused on his daughter, focused on his wife in a real way, and kind of did that was really cool, you know. And his reasons for it, for not trying to enter back into the rat race of the stand-up comedy world and trying to win again in LA post-COVID and shit, kind of let him see things a different way. I thought that was really admirable. And then when he then decided to get back into it, he started off slow, performing in small clubs here and there around where he lived. I thought, again, pretty fucking cool. Especially when you remember that Rogan gave him an open invite to move to Austin, and Rogan basically said that if he moves to Austin, he'll buy him a house. You know what I mean? Like, oh no, actually, sorry, Rogan actually said he will buy him a house in an effort to get him to move there. Not if he moves there, he'll buy him a house. So he had every reason to go, and he still didn't go. He still kind of chose his family and friends over his actual family and friends over like the stand-up comedy friends. So yeah, big up Joey Diaz.
Associated officially with it until very recently. Joey brought back the Church of What's Happening Now with Leon full-time, to the joy of the fans. It seems the fans like Lee more than any celebrity guest Joey's brought on. I'd say Joey's one of the few to come out of the Rogan-verse in a pretty good state. Sure, he isn't doing the numbers like he used to, but that happens to literally anyone who does stuff online for an extended period of time. He lives a simpler, out of the spotlight life. But that's the weird thing. People don't really remember Joey as much as they do the other people. But there is somebody in the Rogan-verse who is never forgotten for all the wrong reasons.
People go, if aliens are real, why don't they just land on the White House lawn? Oh, well, when you go fishing, do you check in with the president of the lake?
What?
A theme you'll notice with many of the Roganites is that upon...
One more time. I know it's out of context and it's probably been edited, but fuck, you know, Rogan is so unfunny, innit? Jesus Christ. What the fuck was this? One more time.
Wrong reasons.
People go, if aliens are real, why don't they just land on the White House lawn? Oh, well, when you go fishing, do you check in with the president of the lake?
250 comedians, only the best ones, happen to be Rogan's friends, elite Navy SEAL ninjas, and Rogan's a leader.
A theme you'll notice with many of the Roganites is that upon Joe leaving Los Angeles, their careers didn't go too well because travel can be an absolute nightmare. Let me tell you a story.
Yeah, big up Black American. That's a good point. The other guys are trying to pivot to TV and movies. They're holding out for that, which is probably why they bitch about not getting a Netflix special. Yeah, but a lot of those guys just don't have the chops. Like, if you think about comedic acting or all that sort of TV stuff as a talent, right, or as a skill, there's not a lot of them that you would say have it anyway, right? Because a lot of them are trying to get it through just pure celebrity, which is something I was trying to do, or maybe even will try and do with my DJing stuff. Like, I want to get to a place where, with this streaming shit, right? I want to get to a place with this streaming shit and this content shit, where I can kind of pivot into the DJing stuff. Like, I'm so well known, so, for lack of a better word, famous, that you basically get booked to play in places, not because of your skill, but mostly based on your notoriety and your clout. Kind of similar to what Brendan did earlier on with his comedy and stuff like that. That can work, but I feel like at a certain point you have to also be good at what you do, or good at what you've been hired to do. So I think a lot of these guys are going to run into that issue. Like, you know, if Theo Von's like, if that movie Theo Von does with David Spade when it comes out, or Dave Spade, sorry, if it comes out and it's terrible, no matter how big Theo Von's podcast is, he won't get another acting job again. You know, you also have to be good at it. So although I believe, and I definitely think what Black Americans saying is true, I've never understood why these guys are waiting for permission from the studios and Hollywood to give them permission to do shows and movies and shit. They might as well just finance the stuff themselves and put it out. At least mix up the content so it's not all just podcast shit, and give fans different things to watch, and just finance and host and do their own fucking shows and shit. Because if they do get a chance to do a show in Hollywood or whatever it may be, and they flop, they won't ever get a chance again, no matter how famous they are. So they're better off just like playing to their audience, however expensive or, you know, laborious that may be. I think that's a better way to go about doing things, because I don't think they're talented enough to like keep getting jobs, you know, competing and auditioning with like regular actors. They just don't have it. They just don't have it.
One time I was driving from Canada to the US and back, so I bought an eSIM from some random app I found. When I arrived back in Canada, this eSIM app destroyed not only the eSIM I paid for, but it converted my physical SIM card to an eSIM and destroyed that as well. So on the way back, I had my phone in SOS mode the entire time. I said never again. So the next time I went to America, I used my roaming data, and it cost me over $50 for 3 days. This is where today's sponsor.
Oh, fuck off! It's a good ad, bro. A good ad.
You can use to
good ad read. Look, what on Ghost Gun? That was actually a creative ad read.
Have money, Saley prices to other eSIMs, and
big up Saley.
So if you want
sharpest,
what I say,
dude, you knew.
Oh yeah, the Brendan Schaub segment. The Brendan Schaub segment. The Brendan Schaub segment.
Or use 10% off. You know him, you love him, Brendan Schaub.
Why would he ever just take something off the shelf at GNC?
Well, we're not giving the guy kudos because he's the smartest tool in the shed.
One more time.
At GNC.
One more time.
Love him, Brendan Schaub.
Why would he ever just take something off the shelf at GNC?
Well, we're not giving the guy kudos because he's the smartest tool in the shed.
Sharpest
tool. What I say, dude. You know who I wish was my dad, and I've never met him before, and he's hands down the nicest comedian I've ever met in my life.
Hold on.
Yeah, it is a double oxy, isn't it? Can't swim.
Double entendre.
An absolute legend on this channel. He basically is responsible for my success on YouTube, and that's because he's perhaps
big up Ghost Gun for the self-awareness and acknowledgement. Brendan has fed a lot of people, man. He's fed me. I'm not gonna lie. He's fed me. Brendan's fed me. I remember that the first time I made content about Brendan on the Taj channel, and started kind of speaking about some of the things I was noticing on the fucking on Tfatk, the things I was noticing on the Reddit and shit, and I built up a small little community. That time as well, I think, is a time where I was probably struggling to find a job, and those boosting views really helped me out. I'm not gonna lie. So Brendan really did help put a lot of people on. He helped put a lot of people in position. You know, he probably paid for a bunch of trainers. He probably paid for a bunch of adult vitamins. He paid for a bunch of Berlin trips for sure. You know, but Brendan's fucking idiocy definitely paid for a lot of fucking techno weekenders. So you have to thank him. You have to thank him. Pick up the stream chat. Seeing AZ. Asks if that's what's an ad is no. Oh, Bo Jackson, fuck you. Seeing AZ ask if that's an ad, it's no wonder why he thought Bert's stories were real. Yeah, I really exposed myself there, didn't I? Anyway, hey, at least I'm self-aware enough to know how gullible I am. You know, that's why I don't fucking yeah. I don't know. I'm not even gonna try and defend myself. Big up, Bo Jackson.
It's one of the funniest comedians ever, but not in the way he intended to be. Brendan Schaub is unanimously the most mocked comedian of all time, and it's not even close. Videos talking about his escapades outside of comedy get millions of views. There have been entire communities dedicated to making fun of him, entire YouTube channels built off making fun of him, and a podcast which only exists to discuss Brendan Schaub. But what could be so interesting? This is the enigma with Brendan Schaub. Why is he so fascinating? How do you explain it to someone who's never heard of him before? Well, Brendan Schaub has done a lot of things, including being caught lying so many times it's hard to count.
But I got a 31 on my
Play
ACT.
poker. You play really?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd brag like in a 31 on ACT.
No, that's really
pretty good.
31 is good.
31's really good. Any 30 or higher is really good.
Yeah, Brendan doesn't know what's good.
This lie is so good, by the way. Let's do it one more time. Let's go back to the beginning. This build up of this lie is so fucking good. He doesn't understand, or he doesn't know what is a good or bad ACT score. So he mocks the guy's score, not knowing the guy got a pretty decent score. Immediately realizes that and then lies about his own score. Brilliant lie. Brilliant fucking lie. Just unnecessary lie as well, by the way. That's actually a mark of a good lie. Like, how unnecessary is the lie? And Brendan's a master of just telling unnecessary lies with little to no provocation. That's another thing as well, by the way. He doesn't need any encouragement, no provocation, just starts lying just for the fun of it. Fuck it. Let's just start going.
Being caught lying so many times it's hard to count.
But I got a 31 on my
Play
ACT.
poker. You play really?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd brag like in a 31 on ACT.
No, that's really
good.
31 is good.
31's really good. Any 30 or higher is really good.
Yeah, Brendan doesn't know what's good.
36.
I got a 32.
No, you did.
I swear on my life I had 32.
On an ACT.
On ACT.
You can't say 31 is bad and 32 is.
I think he was.
Releasing the worst stand-up special of all time. Twice. Wasted thousands of dollars on lawsuits against YouTubers only to lose them.
And it's gone.
Went on the record saying the lives of his haters don't matter, the same way homeless people's lives don't matter or cat lives don't matter.
I view those people the same I'd view a homeless guy critiquing my art or critiquing my set or critiquing a podcast. They do not matter.
Got caught trying to cheat on his wife multiple times, had his ex-handler and podcast assistant come out and prove he was an alcoholic addicted to Adderall, has claimed a great conspiracy that comedian Bobby Lee was the mastermind behind the people who made fun of him online after trying to fuck Bobby's girlfriend.
Thank you, Ghost Gun, for saying that detail, by the way. People lose track of that detail. People lose track of the detail of the downfall of Brendan. The detail being that it all started because Brendan tried to fuck Kalila. Even though Bobby Lee was his friend and Bobby Lee was the main guy that kind of made him feel welcomed in the comedy scene, comedy store community thing, warmed to him, took to him, probably because he was a bit scared of him and wanted to get him on his side. But the reason why this whole drama, whatever started was because he tried to fuck Kalila. And that started the fucking dominoes falling when it came to exposing him on the show that they did on Trash Tuesdays with fucking Annie Lederman and all that malarkey. That's the reason why. Because I think that walked me to my truck incident. Because if I remember correctly, the sequence of events was that Annie Lederman shares walked me to the truck story. And then Annie's like, and then Kalila's like, oh my God, it's probably the same guy that I know. Or I went through something similar. She shares her story. But Annie shares her first. I think if Brendan didn't try to fuck Kalila, the walk me to my truck story just dies naturally. It doesn't really go anywhere after a while. After a week of memeing it, whatever, it kind of dies, it kind of burns out. Or fizzles out, sorry. But when Kalila added her fucking narrative, her context, her story, when she shared her experience, it just blew the whole thing up. So that's the detail people missed, though. That he tried to fuck Kalila, which is a real scummy thing to do, especially if Bobby Lee's your friend, especially somebody that you could probably consider a mentor. Bobby Lee's also responsible for one of the most legendary clips ever in the history of Tfatk, the one about him getting molested by somebody with Down syndrome and shit. So he helped to contribute to the success of the show. He's a big part of their history, their lore, and then he goes and thanks him by trying to fuck his girl. That's the detail people miss for whatever reason. And that's what started everything. And also kind of fucked up Brian's career in stand-up too. Because he didn't want to defend him later on, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean.
Hey, will you clear bullying meaning define bullying for me? Like what? Like
if you want an entire lore of Brendan, I've made 2 whole videos.
Big up Dexter Watson. I think Bubba did fuck Kalila. Why would he have her number? Bobby and Kalila had an open relationship during the time. I don't think so, brother. I don't think so. I think if Brendan fucked Kalila, we would know. Brendan's not a good enough liar or an actor. We would have known by now. He would have intimated. He would have insinuated it. I think what actually was the issue was this, and I think some of the mandem can relate to this. Especially the ones who've been outside, right? One of the worst feelings you could ever have, and this is just talking openly. Let's just talk openly as men here. One of the worst feelings you can have when it comes to rejection as a man is being rejected by a girl that you know, everybody knows, is a capital W whore. Everybody that you know has got some. Even if that girl's been in a relationship or not, they've got a little taste. And then you try and get a little taste and she says no to you, specifically, no. That's going to hurt your soul, hurt your pride in a way that you could never ever try and quantify and explain or rationalize ever. It's a different type of pain. And I see that pain in Brendan. I'm sure Brendan was told about Bobby Lee and Kalila's open relationship that Dexter mentioned. It was probably a bit of an open secret. We found out later on the internet, social media, fans, we found out a bit later, but I'm sure within their little community of people, it was a bit of an open secret. Oh my God, you guys know, these guys get up to some madness, da, 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 da. Plus a lot of people think Kalila's hot, and they probably think Bobby Lee is a bit of a cuck and a dork, so they're all like, oh my God, I can definitely fuck her then. Do you know what I mean? If she's fucking Bobby Lee, I can definitely fuck her. So it's a different type of pain when that girl that you think is a whore then says no to you, even though you know she's fucked some of your friends. Because I also don't buy into this idea that Kalila is this angel. I don't really care about her sex life. I don't buy into the angel thing. So I'm sure she most likely has smashed other comedians. Will it, like, with consent. Brendan was just pissed off that he didn't get a chance to. He tried to. He probably heard what happened and he tried to holler. And it kind of didn't work out the way he probably would have wanted it to work out. But I think if Brendan would have smashed Kalila, we would have known. How Brendan is, how he acts, how he goes on. If Brendan would have had a little taste, he would have definitely made it known. There's no way he's not kissing and telling, or at least insinuating they did something. He didn't, which is what probably made him way more pissed off. That's just my theory. I could be wrong, but I'd love to know what you guys think in the stream chat.
Chronicling almost everything that went down with him. But what about since then? What has Brendan been up to? Well, Brendan has been somewhat quiet, which is what I predicted, but he isn't fully gone. He's officially retired from stand-up comedy to be a...
Exactly. Big up Two Swords. Exactly. Same with a girl that thinks she can get anyone, then tries you and you show likeness, but when she goes Baja mode, you say no. Exactly. Two Swords. Exactly the same thing.
Dad?
And I just gotta be home, man. I got to. I can't miss Tiger's games. Can't miss my boss D growing up. Baby girl.
By the way, he's not as skinny like that anymore now. He's definitely run out of the Ozempic. He's definitely, or maybe back to eating as normal. He doesn't look as gaunt. This is when he was at his peak Ozempic era. Definitely very gaunt, very tired, very droopy face looking. Also very skinny.
I'm freaking tired. I've been hustling for over 12 years now.
Listen, if you think your job is hard, you got to work 5-6 days a week, long hours. Just think it could be worse. You could have to podcast a couple times a week. Brendan says,
Big up Black American. I'm so confused about this. A chick not wanting you should not be the reason to destroy a friendship group. To be fair to Brendan, though, Black American, he wasn't the one that destroyed the friendship group, to be fair. If you're going to be a little bit fair to the story, Kalila and them were the ones that kind of fucked it. The truth is, most likely, like in all entertainment, right? Like in all fields of entertainment, like in my area of expertise, which is dance music, DJs and clubs and shit, I know in that scene, if you are a woman and you do speak up about some sort of sexual assault or you tell people about some guy coming onto you, it can have negative consequences or negative effects to your career. It can fuck over your position and how people perceive you to be. So I'm sure in the comedy scene it's probably worse especially with the fact that it's majority women. I think even at least with DJs, there's a lot of women involved, but in stand up, it's not. It's mostly a men sort of thing, right? I could imagine it's probably an untold thing that you probably keep those things to yourself. You don't share them, and not because you're trying to protect the guys, but you're trying to protect your own career. So the sad thing is, the person that fucked up the friendship group is actually Kalila and Annie Lederman by sharing their experiences. I'm pretty certain if you spoke to Annie Lederman now candidly and you asked her, hey, would you do it again the same way? I don't think she would. I honestly don't think so. I think if you ask Annie Lederman candidly now, hey, would you share that? Would you do the same thing again if given opportunity and talk about the whole drug walk thing? I don't think she would, because I think her sharing the whole drug walk situation probably negatively affected her career in stand-up and negatively affected how she's perceived by other comedians. They probably look at her like she's a snitch, like she can't keep a secret, you know. That's a sad thing. So even though Brendan was the one that fucked up, even though Brendan's at fault, even though Brendan's one should be getting the blame, like those people probably suffered a little bit as well. Look at Kalila. Kalila's perception around, even amongst fans, has been permanently damaged off the back of that Brendan thing, you know. Like, she hasn't really, and again, a lot of it is self-inflicted, I know, but no one came out of that good. The only person that came out of that well is probably Bobby Lee. Maybe, yeah, Bobby Lee probably is the only person that came out of that pretty well, because he kind of got a chance to also break up with Annie, with Kalila, because I'm sure they kind of broke up around that time as well, didn't they? So maybe Bobby Lee got a chance to break up. Kalila didn't get a chance to really sink her teeth into his business. He got a chance to kind of do his own thing, blah, blah, blah. Bad Friends is now super big and popular, so maybe the only winner from that whole debacle was Bobby Lee. Everyone else kind of lost in their own way.
That it's his beast of a work ethic on why he's so successful.
People say Africa like it's a country. I do it too all the time.
Africa is a country.
That's a big continent.
It's a continent though, yeah.
So like Egyptians are technically African.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bert Kreischer, yeah. Annie Lederman's fucking boyfriend. Yeah, that boyfriend that's a producer. Bless him, innit? Bless him and bless them, but like, I don't know what's going on there, bro. I don't know what's going on there, man. Godspeed to them. Bear Black America, nah, dude. Men talking is what made him think he could get it. If men stopped thinking and knowing a woman had sex with a friend, this was one to good. Yeah, but that's to be fair. Like, I think most of us sensible men know that. I think Brendan's a little bit immature in that way. He's a little bit of a Neanderthal in this situation. Nobody it's almost as similar to, like, you know, just because a girl tells you a story about getting off with somebody doesn't mean she wants to get off with you, you know? Or no, just because a girl told you a story about hooking up with somebody doesn't mean she wants to hook up with you. I think Brendan just has one of those kind of brains that isn't able to discern those type of things. So he got too excited, but yeah, you know, because I'm sure that's why I think the reaction from Annie Kalila was so, like, bewildered and disgusted. But you got a girl there and she exposed him because you're so offended, because there's no build up. That's why I'm pretty sure that Brendan was trying to fuck Kalila because he heard that Bobby Lee and Kalila had some sort of open relationship. Most likely, and again, this is probably the sad bit, I'd imagine the person that probably told him is who? Stevie, Bobby Lee's brother, because he also played a part in, like, you know, a little bit of that drama too. But I have a feeling most likely Stevie is the one that told Brendan about how much of a whore Kalila is. That got Brendan excited, and he just threw out a random shot into the dark with no prep. And then Kalila probably saw the message and thought, what? Why is he sending me peach emojis? Why is he sending me aubergine emojis? Why is he sending me splash emoji? I mean, she didn't get it because there was no build up, and she got offended, like, because clearly, like, you know, how dare you speak to me like this? And then, you know, the dominoes fell. That's what probably happened. Brendan got too excited.
Yeah. Moroccans are everybody's claiming Africa, but it's a whole
Africa could be so many different places.
Yeah, but it's like I'm American, but I'm from fucking Denver.
But let's be honest, it was just right place, right time, as he is the most featured guest on Rogan ever. He's basically tried everything.
That is a crazy statistic, you know? When you think of all the comedians that Rogan's known over the years, all of the big personalities, all of the funny people, all of the great guests, for Brendan to be one of the most appearance guest on JRE even till this day, it's fucking insane. And also goes to show you how much of a fuck up Brendan is, because at one point he was Rogan's best boy. He was Rogan's BFF. and no one's been able to replace Brendan in that role since that. Maybe it's by design. Maybe Rogan, after Brendan kind of blew up his spot with the whole like bald guys are slang dick thing, maybe Rogan decided not to have anybody in his, from the comedy world get that close to him again. But it's kind of insane that Brendan would. It's only Brendan could fuck up a situation like that, where you're legitimately the best friend of one of the most famous people in the world, who's also happened to be incredibly rich, who's also incredibly influential and a bit of a fucking gatekeeper and shit, and you find a way to fuck up that friendship. Only Brendan could do that. Only Brendan could do that.
Everything since Rogan left LA, including, as of recently, starting a car channel. Despite not being an expert on cars, the most memorable thing to come out of this was him trying to stunt drive his truck.
Oh yeah, by the way, big up my guy. I forgot his fucking name on fucking Instagram, but big up my guy who sent me this when it happened. Like, honestly, the Tfatk universe, JRE, Bappaverse is so small. Big up my guy who sent me this picture, the picture of the truck being flipped before the video even came out. He somehow had a contact who knew somebody in the car word who got sent that picture. It's fucking hilarious, man. Big up House. I think that was also another real boom time in my channel when I was covering all this fucking truck flip shit. Fucking funny times, man. Big up that guy. I forgot his fucking name on Instagram as well, but you know who you are. Big up you.
And flipping it.
Starting emergency call to the SOS service.
Thank God he was okay, but could you imagine dying in this situation? Could you imagine a more pathetic way to go out? Could you imagine if this ended badly? How embarrassing it would have been. Only Brent, like, what? Like, could you imagine?
The most memorable thing to come out of this was him trying to stunt drive his truck and flipping it.
Starting emergency call to the SOS service provided by the manufacturer. To cancel, press the SOS or cancel button.
As of late, his podcast, The Fighter and the Kid, has not.
Yeah, big up my guy Gamebred. Yeah, I'm not big up Gamebred. I'm not watching the UFC right now. I'm gonna just do the stream for now, for a little bit more, and then probably gonna bounce. But yeah, not watching the UFC now. Probably gonna watch it later. Probably gonna download it later on the old torrents. Later.
Not been doing too well, but to be fair, it hasn't been doing well for years. Now, someone familiar with YouTube payouts might look at these numbers and say, well, it doesn't look too bad, but in reality, Brendan isn't exactly the best with money. This money would do good for a solo channel with maybe 1 or 2 employees. Brendan has to pay his 3 co-hosts for 2 different podcasts, as well as all the employees he has for some reason.
You can reach Antarctica by foot,
I don't
so
think
that's the
this
thing.
is walking distance.
You can reach Antarctica by foot. You can reach
You can reach Antarctica, but honestly, nothing I love more about Tfatk than everybody on that show says everything with such certainty. That's what really separates Tfatk to any other podcast out there. Everybody on that show, despite their varying levels of intellect, when they say things, they say it with 100% certainty. Not a shadow of doubt is in these fucking leaves their lips. No doubt, no nothing. I fucking love it. Especially Chin.
Antarctica by foot. He also has to pay for an entire studio in one of the most expensive locations in the entire country. Has to pay off his $4 million home and has to keep up his lifestyle of fast cars, luxury clothes, and
he sold his home, innit? Was it for 3.9 million, I think? What did it say on Zoopla? Was it Zoopla or Zillow? No, Zillow. I think it was Zillow. What did he sell it for in the end? What did Brendan sell that house? Oops, wrong place. My bad. What did Brendan sell his place for on Zillow for? Let's see. Woodland Hills. Is that the house? Or was that another house? It got sold for 3.6. Whoa. Is that the same house? It went for 3.6. Holy shit. Is that the same house? No way is that the same house. Hold on. Let me double check. Is that the same house? Yes, I think it's the same one. That must be the same one. Holy shit. So yeah, he didn't get, he's asking, ooh, plus fees. I'm not sure what else. Okay, cool. He took a bit of a hit, innit? He took a bit of a hit on that one. Cool. So it got sold for, I'm assuming, somewhere around that mark. It doesn't say officially, does it? Local listing prices. Let's see that tab. Listed for 4.3. Jesus Christ, bro. Okay, fair play. At least it's sold, I guess, isn't it? But god damn, it took a bit of a hit on that one.
Adderall. But this luxury LA Calabasas lifestyle might be coming to an end soon. Recently, his main business partner and co-host, Bryan Callen, has dropped some hints that he might be leaving Brendan in The Fighter and the Kid. The biggest of these is Bryan moving to Austin, Texas, attempting to relive the glory days of Joe Rogan, where both him and Brendan were thriving. But this wasn't really pitched as, we're both gonna go. It was more, I have to move for work. And every time they start talking about the future of the podcast, Bryan is visibly uncomfortable.
Mutual friend of ours apparently talked the other day. Talked to him today and he goes, man, yeah, I talked to Bryan, so I mean, how long you guys think you do Fighter and the Kid? I go, and he goes, yeah, clearly you guys don't like doing it. He goes, really? I go, yeah. He goes, oh, I just figured the vibe, like after talking to Bryan, talking to you, I went, oh, you're so off, dude.
And it's going.
Isn't that weird, though?
It's going to go strong.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you're so off.
People get different ideas.
Yeah. Weird, right? Weird takeaway.
To see who it is.
Yeah, you'll know.
Now, Brendan wasn't invited to Texas, as many suspect Callen was, but he's just going because Bryan is going, despite Rogan telling him to hold down the fort in LA. Brendan's also listed his house for sale at a reduced price, so needless to say, things aren't going great in the Boppaverse.
It drives me nuts.
But that can't really be said for his co-host and what used to be the biggest punching bag in the Fighter and the Kid universe other than Brendan, Bryan Callen. Now, I'm not sure what's worse, being Brendan Schaub or being the guy who has to depend on Brendan Schaub for his income. Bryan Callen is a pretty OG comedian who'd done a ton of work back in the day, with arguably his biggest achievement being on Mad TV. His biggest Rogan-verse achievement was pretending to be a tough guy and embarrassing himself on a podcast.
He was looking.
You know what happened to me? I got bullied for a full year. And it turned me into a fucking, if somebody tried to bully me, I'll show up at your fucking house and kill you. That's what happens. I get so angry.
I'm not buying that even remotely.
I hate when
Hey,
That's
bro,
not true.
You fucking bully me.
If I bully
you
you,
try bullying me right now, motherfucker.
You know what your problem is?
Hold on, let me handle this.
Here's the problem. You've talked to too many guys that let you say shit like that, and then it becomes like vernacular.
I mean, you know it's bad when Brendan looks like a genius. However, unlike Schaub, Callen had some serious comedy clout at one point. But when looking into Callen, what's interesting about him, Brendan Schaub, Tom Segura, Bert Kreischer, and Chris D'Elia, they all grew up filthy rich. Bryan grew up the son of an international banker, living in a bunch of different countries before settling in the USA. Now, you'll notice about all these guys who grew up very rich, they're all the most insufferable ones on this list, whereas the ones who grew up more humbly are the most well-liked by fans. Callen, at the height of Rogan, started a podcast with Brendan Schaub called The Fighter and the Kid, with Brendan being the fighter and Callen being the middle-aged kid. It held a much similar style to Rogan's podcast and had a ton of success. But looking back, it's
still kind of crazy that officially Rogan has never been a guest on Tfatk, despite Bryan and Rogan's close friendship, knowing each other for so long, being best friends. Rogan never actually appeared on their show. Technically, he could say he has, because that infamous "You'd Be Surprised" episode was actually a Tfatk episode, but they filmed it in Joe's studio. But Joe Rogan has never actually gone to Tfatk or to Thick Boy and sat down for an interview. He's done Flagrant, he's done Theo Von, but he's never fucking done. No, actually, I don't think he's done Theo Von in his studio. I think he's always done it in his, but still, he's never been a guest on there. It's pretty fucking crazy when you think about it, isn't it?
It's clearly not because of Bryan and Brendan. It was because of the funny group moments they've had. Unlike Schaub, who has like a billion podcasts and different shows, I can't even keep track of them anymore. Callen was only doing The Fighter and the Kid and being paid a wage by Brendan.
4 quarters. I'm the richest.
He didn't own a percentage in the show.
Oh, I like that. Big up Joel from MIA. Big up Joel from MIA. Please, more theories in the stream chat. More theories. Let's just waste time and chat shit. Big up Joel from MIA. I think Chin has had a drug addiction in the past that stunted his mental ability. I think Chin has had drug addictions in the past that have stunted his mental ability. I'm with that. I could see that being the case. I could definitely buy into that. Because it's, I don't know, like, maybe we're a bit different in the UK, but I legitimately can't remember in my lifetime ever meeting an Asian person who's as dumb as Chin. Maybe the UK is a bit different because a lot of Asian people come here to like pursue education anyway. So a lot of the kids that are coming here are the ones who are maybe the most academically gifted or high achieving and shit. But I legitimately have never met an Asian dude, regardless of where they're from in Asia, Vietnam, Korea, China, fucking whatever. I've never met one that's as dumb as Chin. He is really dumb. Like, super, super, super dumb. It's quite astonishing to see. And it could be that he's just dumb, or it could be, as Joe Familia said, the drugs, you know, when he's younger, kind of fucked up his brain and kind of hampered his, you know, mental ability, you know, his mental ability or his ability to fucking just learn and shit over the years. That could be possible. That could be possible.
Now, why was this? Obviously, Brian is a massive name in the podcast. He's half of the fighter and the kid. Surely he should
Big up Game Bread Footballer. Bang your chest, brother. Bang your fucking chest.
Should be entitled to own some of this show. Well,
or better yet, rattle your abacus. Rattle your abacus.
Well, that's not the case, because everything changed when Brian was accused of rape. The LA Times reported that 4 women came forward accusing Brian of sexual assault. This wasn't helped by Brian talking about how aggressive he was with women, and clips like these resurfaced, painting Brian.
Big up young old vibes. Chin from Dallas, he on that lean. Yeah. Big up young old vibes. Chin's on that double cup. Chin's double cupping up.
In a very, very bad light.
And then one time we like left. It was like a Tuesday at like, it was only like 7:30, and you were like, "Can I get a ride in my car?" And I was like, "Sure." And you got in the car, and I literally like turned the wheel like to like look where I was going, and I turned around and your dick was out.
Hey.
You do not hear no a lot.
Yeah.
I do know that.
Yeah.
Or you don't listen to it.
I don't listen to it.
You don't take it seriously.
Right.
Yeah.
It's assault.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I think
like I remember being like, "Oh, I'm just gonna have sex with him because he's not gonna
Only
take
way
no
to
for
get
an
him
answer."
out.
I know. It's
Right.
like, I'm just gonna do this to get like him to
But
go
you
away.
gotta
Allegedly, as these accusations go, Brian was Weinsteining these women, promising stage time and money in exchange for sex. Now, it's important to note that to this day, nothing conclusive has really been found, but if you read the reports, it's pretty messed up if these are true. Brian responded to the accusations, saying he'd clear everything up, but never did. Instead, Brendan released a podcast with Josh Wolf. Brian then said he was going to take a leave of absence from the fighter and the kid, a bit of a strange flip-flop. Callen's name was also removed from the podcast information for a while, which obviously was a lie, kind of like how they lie about Brendan Schaub being a successful comedian. Brendan continued to try and release episodes without Brian, but obviously these received a ton of backlash. They ended up trying to create a Patreon and releasing episodes with Brian behind a paywall, which was a bit odd. Why not just bring Brian back on normally if that was the case? Well, it's because Cast Media, the company that was responsible for the fighter and the kid, and is a known scam company nowadays, claimed that they had no association with Brian Callen, and they weren't aware of any plans of him returning. This probably explains why they couldn't do an emergency podcast explaining the allegations.
I wanted that emergency podcast so badly. I was on the edge of my seat. I was checking the Reddit every 2 seconds. I wanted that emergency podcast so fucking badly, man. I wanted, because that would have been a legendary episode. That would have been full of so much emotion, so much anger, so many lies. It would have aged poorly too. I really wish he was able to get on Tfatk and just go and just fucking fire from the fucking hip and start calling all the fucking accusers liars and cheats and, you know, oh, it would have been fucking brilliant entertainment.
Because their agency dropped Brian Callen right after. So these redacts thought they could release a podcast on Patreon and it wouldn't count. which is not how that works because the name is still the same. So in an attempt to skirt this, they created a new show called The Fighter and the Rinks. Obviously that didn't work. Being essentially blacklisted from Hollywood and podcasting, Brian tried to do the right-wing grifter routine because that's
Obviously, big up Ghost Gum. Good bit of knowledge. I forgot about that bit. Do you guys remember the fight in the rinks? They tried to put that on Patreon first, and then they got shut down quickly, and then they had to. And then that's how the Patreon got money in the beginning. Remember, the Patreon originally, which is now the Golden Hour Patreon. So that Patreon went through a couple of name changes. It was first called the Fight in the Rinks, then it was called. Obviously, it was the Golden Hour. Sorry, it was the King and the Sting Patreon. Then it got changed to the Golden Hour Patreon. But they tried to do the Fight in the Rinks on Patreon. They couldn't because obviously I guess Cast Media had some sort of intellectual rights or some sort of thing, registration around the Fighter and the Kid and just them two doing a podcast together. So they shut that down quickly, which is why then Brenda had to do the Fighter and the Kids with a Z with Chappelle Lacey and what's his name? And Malik. But I guess he just done that under that other name to differentiate it from the one he's doing with Brian, in the hopes that when Brian comes back, they can get going and then dump that. But yeah, interesting bit of law. They tried to do the Fight in the Rinks on fucking Patreon. That didn't work quickly. It was a little bit of a scam as well, that, because I think they knew it wouldn't work, but they still raised the money anyway. And I think Brian then used that money, you know? That's what I think happened. I think they knew they couldn't do a show on Patreon, but they pretended they could. They launched it. A bunch of Tfatk fans supported it. Then Brian Callen pocketed the money. That's what I think happened, to be honest. That's my initial hunch.
That seemed to be the only group of people that would have him in. A guy who used to be friends with Joe Rogan being accused of rape. So Brian cozied up to Steven Crowder.
By the way, another bit of law. Do you guys remember the confidence and the arrogance that Brian Callen had after he got hired by, what's his name? This guy, to be part of the cast that they were doing for another relaunch of the Mug Club. That was so good, man. It didn't last long, but you remember when Brian was like mugging off fucking Brendan, smushing him in the face, calling him out on the show, because for once he didn't actually need Tfatk. He had another job, you know. He was working with this guy, but then obviously that didn't last long either. But there was a short period in time where Brian thought all of his dreams, aspirations had come, and he was finally now out of the shackles. You know, he was out underneath the thumb of Brendan. He could do his own thing, and he was really talking to Brendan like a man that's got fuck you money, you know. Oh, such a shame it didn't work out. By the way, is Steven Crowder still doing content? By the way, is he still doing content? I'm just gonna quickly double check on my phone here. Is he doing content? I haven't seen Steven Crowder on my timeline. Wow, he's still putting out things. Why don't I see him on my feed anymore? I don't usually block or delete people anyway, or like silence them. He's been doing content as per usual. He does lives, and yeah, his last live was a month ago, but he still puts out videos quite regularly. It seems like 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 10 days ago, 11, yeah. I just haven't been seeing on my timeline. Shit. Okay, so Steven Crowder's still about.
Who apparently was so bad to work for, he would rather work with Brendan Schaub. And with clips like this surfacing, I can kind of see why.
Fucking hell. What the fuck?
Nowadays, Callen seems to be distanced from the accusations. They haven't been disproven, but he isn't so directly associated with them. Even if he tried to sue one of the accusers and her husband, which he lost, so take with that what you will. He's even gotten the good graces of some ex-fans after doing podcasts with people like Matan, where after being made fun of to his face, he took it surprisingly well. From desperately hanging on to Schaub to arguably being able to do better without him is kind of crazy. Brian was accused of and literally has more career prospects than Schaub. Wild. Brian's been having some success in stand-up, even performing at Rogan's Mothership Club, which is more than Brendan Schaub can say. One thing after all of this that I really wanted to mention was that Brendan and Brian were mad at the friends who abandoned them after Brian was accused of assault. They would never do something like that.
Exactly.
Right?
It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He's better than fucking 99% of them. And you want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't fuck with. That's what upsets me.
It's not like they did it to their close friend and alleged rapist Chris D'Elia. After D'Elia got accused of rape and grooming minors, Callen made this statement after he had just had eyelid surgery and what might be the most unserious.
Yeah, that. The things Hollywood does to you, innit? Brian was out here bending over, doing moo sounds, getting whipped by Steven Crowder for a chance to make it back in the industry. He went and got eyelid surgery, which to me looked like the most pointless surgery ever. He probably needs a whole facelift if he wants to go, you know, try and get his career back and going. But it's actually kind of sad because what you'd think, the reason why he probably hasn't made it or hasn't been able to get back on that level, I don't think it's to do with the eyelids, to be honest. It probably is to do with a bit of the talent, maybe a bit of the hard work, maybe a lack of hustle and shit. But there are things outside of cosmetic surgery that probably contribute, and obviously the graping as well probably didn't help. There's probably other things outside of cosmetic surgery that contributed to Brian maybe not being as prominent in Hollywood. But he thought eyelid surgery was going to fix it. That was a real game changer. That was going to make the big difference. And it really didn't. Like, his whole face is droopy. Do you know what I mean? It's like, if you're going to get the eyelids done, you might as well get the whole face done. You know? Fuck it. But, oof.
Address of allegations I have ever seen.
I'm just at a loss. I'm at a loss. And I'm praying that...
Look at fucking Brendan.
I'm just at a loss. I'm at a loss. And I'm praying that... I'm just at a loss. I'm at a loss. And I'm praying that what I'm hearing isn't true. Maybe
your friend gets accused of rape, or your friend gets accused of diddling kids, and you are so heartbroken that your face is convulsing, you're twitching, you got all these little ticks like you're fucking Ethan Klein from H3. You're just like, you just can't handle it. Your skin is boiling. It feels like you got ants crawling all over your skin, under your skin. Like, ay. It really shouldn't be that deep. It really shouldn't be that deep. One more time though.
Serious address of allegations I have ever seen.
I'm just at a loss. I'm at a loss. And I'm praying.
Big up Ason. What did they do with the eyelids? Brian Callen got eyelid surgery because his regular eyelids were quite droopy. They kind of were drooping down towards the sides here, like, you know, on the side of his eyes. So he basically got his eyelids basically cut, and, you know, they cut off that droopy bit and then, you know, clipped it back how you fix your eyelids and shit, to kind of make his eyes look more fuller, I'm guessing. But unfortunately it didn't make that much difference because, like I said, his whole face is quite droopy. So it didn't, after a while, it kind of made a little bit of difference right after. But then, you know, maybe within the year already started to look back to normal again because there's loads of other excess skin all over his face. But yeah, he was drooping on the corner of his eyes towards the back here. And then they kind of lifted it up and took away some of that excess skin.
That what I'm hearing isn't true. Maybe that's the best way to put it.
I don't even think it looked good for a year. I could definitely. It might even look good for 6 months. I'm not even gonna go that. I'm not gonna cap. I don't think it even looked good for a year. People in the street chat could say differently. I think Brian Callen's, after the swelling went down, you could tell for about 6 months, and then straight after it went back to normal again. It didn't look that great. His eyes even now his eyes are starting to droop again. So it didn't really look that great, and he probably spent a lot of money on that sort of shit. I'd imagine it's not cheap to get your eyelids done like that.
I can't talk.
It's just, you know, it's like, it's a weird thing because I said to Brendan, I said, it's like, you know, it's like watching someone die or something.
Now, Chris D'Elia was never really in the Roganverse per se. He was more adjacent. But I've been looking for an excuse to talk about this guy forever because he is such a comedy lolcow. It's kind of crazy that more people don't talk about him, or maybe instead of a lolcow, a horror cow, depending on who you ask. D'Elia used to be one of the most beloved comedians in the whole scene because of his epic roasts and comebacks on social media. This was totally epic until people exposed him for being a groomer, rapist, and creep. But unlike Callen, there was a lot of concrete evidence to prove D'Elia had at least been acting inappropriately. To people,
my issue again, like I said, with the D'Elia and Callen stuff, the Callen stuff, if you watch Tfatk and you're familiar with his personality, a lot of those accounts sound legit. A lot of those descriptions, those allegations, they sound like something Callen would do, especially when you marry it up against what fucking Whitney Cummings said on the podcast. Whitney Cummings said out of her own mouth that one time she was giving Callen a lift back home after the comedy club. They get into the car together. She turns around to reverse. She looks over to Callen, and Callen's got his dick out. And they didn't even know each other that well back then. And he was trying to make a move. So he's got a history of doing that sort of thing. So a lot of the accounts that were, shared about Callen's behavior sounded true. The D'Elia stuff was just the volume. The volume of it was just crazy. Like, at some point, you just have to think one of these ladies must be telling the truth. They can't all be lying, And then, of course, the D'Elia stuff, the more worrying thing about D'Elia was all the DMs where he was, like, hitting on girls. They were telling him how old they were. And in some occasions, he was coming back to them when they just turned 18. So he was talking to, like, a 17-year-old in a very sexual, flirty manner. And then they would say, hey, I'm 17. He'd then come back late. Like, you'd see the message. He'd come back after. Like, he'd remember it was their birthday and hit them back up when they were 18. Which was technically when they're legal. But, the fucking shit happened before makes you look like a real PDF. So, in both cases, if you had to ask me, gun to the head, I think they're both guilty and they both got away with it. Which is weird because they both don't act like they got away with it, Like, if you got away with what Bryan Callen and Chris D'Elia did, you'd keep your head down and just keep hustling. But they both think they deserve more. That's the really scary part about both of those guys. They both got away with it. Bryan Callen and Chris D'Elia, because I think what they got accused of, they definitely did it. But they act as if they didn't do it, or they convince themselves they haven't. So they think they're deserving of more. They should get everything back. Everything that was taken away from them should get. It's like, bruh, you're lucky you still got a career because you do stand up or you do podcasting and shit, or you got a fan base. Like, be thankful. Like, be thankful, and just value what you have and go from there. But this trying to get back into Netflix thing, and it's like, or in Brian's case, trying to become a stand-up comedian again in your 60s, like, okay, I guess you're trying to battle with Matt Rife then, man, on your 60s. Thoughts and prayers.
Who were probably underage.
It's so annoying how dumb people are when people think something extra is going on in Hollywood. Oh, well, that there's a fucking a ring of pedophilia that people. Oh, really, dude? Oh, there's a ring of pedophilia that the top producers.
Big up Booth Biggie, bro got asked to get beat off surgery. It's hilarious. Big up Ason. D'Elia was aggressively trying to line up multiple girls to smash at every show. I don't have a problem with that, to be fair. I don't have a problem with him smashing a bunch of women or even cheating on his wife and stuff. It's not really my business. I don't really give a fuck. The problem that I had with the whole thing was obviously the children, the kids, him going after what looked like to be vulnerable people too, which was also a bit sick. I don't know how he was sniffing that out, but he seemed to, especially some of the girls that were giving some of their accounts on camera and shit, they seem to be a little bit vulnerable, a little bit emotionally fragile and shit, mentally fragile. He definitely had a type of girl he was kind of seeking out to kind of take advantage of or whatever it may be. So that wasn't cool. And then the other thing that also wasn't cool, which is a weird thing to talk about really, was the behavior. A lot of those accounts of the girls, like, I don't know, maybe because I just love having a good time with people. Like, if somebody was like, yeah, I want to hang out, I love your show, whatever, maybe I'd want them to have a good time, no matter if I got something or not. Imagine if it was a woman, right? It wouldn't matter. It would just be like, I'd want you to have a good time in my company, so it was really kind of yucky to kind of see him not go out of his way to be nice to his fans, especially some of the girls would say, yeah, they got there and he just like, come straight to my room. He'd be already naked. He'd be trying to rub up on them instantly. No talking, no hanging out, no nothing. Just open your legs and let me do what I got to do. It's like, whoa, buddy, whoa, man. Like, these guys are your friends. These guys are your fans, your friends. Some of them, they look up to you. They kind of love you and shit. I don't know. At least pretend you want to be their friends. At least pretend you want to be nice to them. At least, pretend you want to be nice just in that moment before you get what you need to get. But I think that sort of shit annoyed me the most. And obviously the underage shit was always super sick. But I don't really have a big problem with him fucking loads of consenting adult women and shit and lining them up. If they were consenting and they didn't mind, no problem. But and the branding stuff as well. That was very dark. The one making the girls get tattoos, making them. Was it that thing about nail polish? Do you guys remember that in the Chris D'Elia story? Or my bugging out? Did Chris D'Elia have something about nails? he made the girls like wear a certain nail color or something, or was it? Or am I thinking about somebody else that got accused? I swear there was something about him having them with a certain hair color and a certain nails, or something.
Know about and confide in each other in and keep kids and pass them around and fuck them? Oh, really, dude?
Of course, he denied it, but by this point, the damage was done. In his apology video, he claimed to have a sex addiction, then denied everything, so I don't know what the point of this video was. People were quick to point out that Chris D'Elia played a child molester on Workaholics back in the day, which is just poetic. But nobody cares about that, right? Is his comedy good? And the answer is fuck no. I watched his special, No Pain, and it is literally...
To be fair though, I wasn't the biggest fan of his stand-up comedy before he got cancelled. But especially the voice. Like, one of the good things about him getting cancelled was that he stopped that voice. And if any of you guys know, you know what I mean. There was a voice that Chris D'Elia used to do on stage. It was like this weird, whiny, high-pitched thing. So I'm glad after he got cancelled, he kind of went back to having his regular podcast, conversational voice on stage. But I thought he was way funnier before the cancellation. The cancellation definitely, like Callen, like a lot of people I'm assuming, it took away a bit of his spark, you know? It took away, obviously, some of his innocence as well, because people always have to remember that before the cancellation, before the accusations, no one even, I don't know if no one thought of Chris in a sexual way, but he never spoke about sex, really. He never spoke about girls like that, really. So to then, imagine someone that keeps that kind of stuff in their life super private, and then suddenly they get accused of doing the most heinous things. You're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. At first I didn't know anything, now I know too much. So I think that also kind of took away from the sparkle. But Chris Lee was never really a good stand-up comedian anyway, in my personal opinion. It was most of the vibes, you know what I mean? Or like liking him as a person, his personality, but he was never an actual good stand-up, personally.
Brendan Schaub tier comedy. It might be even worse in some aspects. D'Elia, for some reason, does this fake accent like halfway through the special, and it just really bothers me. Like, yeah, I could see you being a rapist, bro.
When I got on the plane, I looked to see who had their Bluetooth on.
Oh yeah, so he's talking about big up Ghost Gun, man. He's noticing the same thing. Big up Ghost Gun. He's noticing the same things I'm noticing. So yeah, he's talking about the accent too. See, the accent was an annoying thing. Before he got cancelled, this was the voice that he had on stage. Before it was even more played up. It was even more hammed up when he was younger. But this voice thing he had was super annoying.
On it, man, there were so many Bluetooths on.
D'Elia, he's such a character. There's so much to say about him. He bothers me so much, but he wasn't really directly associated with Rogan. It's just interesting to see that literally everyone in Rogan's orbit completely fell apart after he left LA. While D'Elia was never arrested or charged for or grooming, he received 2 punishments. The first one having his prank show being canceled, but the one that was much.
To be fair, that's a good thing anyway. It's a good thing that prank show got cancelled, because that show would have bombed if it did release. It's actually a good thing. I think Netflix did him a favor by dropping that show. But it's kind of wild that he had a prank show with Brian Callen, actually. That's a bit of the law that isn't said here. They somehow secured a show. That would have been Brian Callen's first appearance on a streaming platform anyway. But yeah, they had some sort of show planned or whatever that was being produced, greenlit, I guess, by Netflix, some sort of prank show. But it got pulled, it got canned, it got shelved when Brian and Chris both got, cancelled, I think a week apart.
Much worse than that was being forced to do a podcast with Brendan Schaub that is somehow worse than The Fighter and the Kid. The Golden Hour, with Eric Griffin, who is so unremarkable. The fact that he is also on this podcast should tell you everything you need to know about him. What about a comedian who actually has comedy chops? I mean, most people who we've mentioned are terrible stand-up comics. Surely there's somebody with talent on this list. Like, Tom Segura. Tom Segura is one of the few Roganites that you could argue would have been just as famous if not for Joe Rogan. This is because Tom was actually super funny. He was a chubby dude telling relatable jokes and came across as an everyman that people loved. This was until he met Joe Rogan. You see, Tom Segura used to be fat, which is something he would admit to, but he started working out, eating better, and losing a shit ton of weight, which is honestly an incredible feat. And if you look at him now versus then, it's really night and day. He should be proud of himself for this, but around this time, fans started to notice a change in Tom's behavior. He was a bit more out of touch.
You know what? You only have what you have because of fans, so don't talk about us like that. Yeah, but you're still a loser. If you're
I want to meet the person. I'm sure they exist because, you know, people love to lie. But I want to meet the person that called out that Tom was a cunt even back when he was fat. Because I think Tom was generally beloved when he was fat. Right? When he was fat and not as rich as he is now, he was way beloved. He was way more beloved than he is now. But I want to know the person who called it accurately back in the day, that deep down Tom wasn't an everyman. He actually despised these fans. He actually hates his fans, especially poor fans. And they called it right. I wonder who that person is, if they exist, because his turn was so disappointing. Because I used to enjoy Your Mum's House so fucking much, and then it just got shit. It just got shit. As soon as they started to make a lot of money, as soon as Tom lost a bunch of weight, the show got shit overnight. Literally overnight.
you're thinking like that.
Especially when talking about poor people for some reason. Using poor as an insult became a regular occurrence on the Tom Segura show. But this is not the comedy that made Tom famous. He was a relatable, everyday working dude. No one can relate to calling other people poor.
I have so much disdain come at me from people with little to no means, and it's just like a constant barrage of just like, I'm so poor, I can't relate to anything you say, and I'm just like, okay, I don't know what to tell you.
It's, no pun intended, rich that he comes from a family of millionaires. Tom was more of a background guest on Rogan. He wasn't like Bert or Joey or Brendan, but the podcast was enough to blow up his star where he could create his own podcast studio, Your Mom's House, with his wife Christina, which was incredibly successful. And when it started out, people loved this, but as time went on, Tom just got worse and worse with how out of touch he was. Along with Bert and their podcast Two Bears, One Cave, they would create the worst archetype of stand-up comedian ever. The comedians who live the lifestyle of rappers.
And it's such a waste of a good podcast name as well, by the way. The name of the pod is so good, it's just wasted on these guys. Two Bears, One Cave should be way more funny, way more loosey-goosey, and whatever else it may be. But it isn't, you know? It just isn't. Mostly because of Bert, but it's just such a waste of a name of a pod. Such a waste of a good name of a podcast.
For a job that's all about relatability and being funny, there's nothing really funny about accidentally going to Vegas and buying a $75,000 watch.
Let me tell you, this is my favorite story.
Yeah, that's another
bullshit.
bullshit.
So I send Tom a text at this Rolex place in Vegas.
Story checks out.
And I text and I say a picture of the watch, and he goes, "Are you getting it?" And I said, "I don't think so.
I have trouble spending money.
I have trouble spending money. I leave the place. I
said
don't
the
buy
guy
it.
from a Rolex store.
I leave the place. Well, I like looking at them.
Yeah.
So I leave the place.
It must be fun for the dealer.
Tom sends me a very heartfelt text. Hey man, you're busting your ass on the road. You work nonstop. You're gone 2 weeks at a time. You have 2 podcasts. It goes on in like this really heartfelt text. You deserve to treat yourself every now and then. This is an affordable treat. Do it for yourself. And so I go back. I buy the watch. Next day, I'm sitting and having coffee, looking at the watch, going, God damn it, I love this fucking watch. I really love looking at it. It cheers me up. And I call Tom. I said, hey man, I appreciate you sending me that message. Leanne tried to convince me, and I wouldn't do it, but your message meant so much to me. He's like, oh, cool. I go, what are you doing? He goes, well, you know, I sent you that message, and I realized that shit applies to me, too. I'm in a Rolex store. I'm buying a new Rolex. Wow. He bought a new Rolex today.
They don't talk about this stuff anymore now, do they? They don't talk about this stuff anymore now. You cannot bait Tom into these conversations. Unless he goes on a watch-based podcast, you cannot get Tom to talk about his money, possessions, no more. No more. He got burnt. Oh, it's so funny. They don't talk about this anymore.
Yeah.
The worst of Tom's meltdowns would come when he lost his mind while at the airport. And to be honest, I totally understand why he got so mad. I mean, a gate agent at the airport said they were full and that he would have to check his bag. You know, the thing that happens like all the time on almost every flight. And calling this working class lady who's just trying to make a decent living a poor. This is not what a comedian sounds like. This is what a bitter decent living a poor. This is not what a comedian sounds like. This is what a bitter
I didn't know it was that bad. Is that all she asked? Is that what they asked? The plane was full, so they made him put his, or I guess the overhead luggages, the overhead cabins were full, so they made him put his luggage in the hold, which is what everyone does sometimes, you know, it happens. And he tweeted, "Dumb cunt from American Air made me gate check my bag so she feels a little power she has in her life. I get it. You win this round, cunt." Jesus Christ, bro. The contempt and the anger and the aggression is just so unwarranted. Yes, it's frustrating. Yes, it's annoying. I get it. Having to checking your bag that way, whether it's putting it in the hold or whatever it may be, but it's not that deep, really. Fucking hell, brother. Relax.
A decent living a poor. This is not what a comedian sounds like. This is
the lowest level poors get upset as they've been trained to do when you point out they're happy to do what I'm told, servant mentality. They don't value time because their time is worthless. You are specks of shit on a washcloth, and washcloths belong in the trash. Wow. Wow. Some person said to him, "It's calling a service worker a C word for doing her job." Like, you think she had options? She's just singularly in charge of checking bags. It's the callousness to humanity that bothers people. And the response, "Don't be poor," doesn't do any favors. You've lost touch. Tom quotes it and says, "Poor," with the finger down emoji. Finger pointing down emoji. Jesus Christ, Tom.
This is what a bitter, angry old man insulting people for not.
All the poor losers, all the poors and the losers have the same response. "Oh, your inconvenience. Well, you should just accept it. That's what me and my dumb poor family have done for generations. That is why you're poor." It's kind of funny, but it's a bit. When you read it, you're like, hold on, is he joking or is he like? I mean, it's like sometimes there's a lot of truth in jokes, mate.
Being as rich as him looks like. Hear that, dude working a night shift who listens to my podcast to get through the shitty job? You're just a poor, and you choose to be poor, unlike me, whose dad is a multimillionaire. But what's interesting from Tom, since the last video I talked about him, he seemed to listen to quite a lot of the criticism and has toned down this whole poor, rapper, Rolex wearing lifestyle a bit. Now, the numbers at your mom's house are way down from what they were, and that could have something to do with it. I mean, having numbers go down is very humbling, and it's almost made Tom more listenable in a weird way. That might come across as contrarian, and it definitely is, but I think the best aspect in a comedian is relatability, and no one does that better than Theo Von. He took the opposite approach to Tom Segura, and is perhaps the most loved ex-member of the Joe.
Funny he says that because some people think that Theo fucked Christina P back in the day, because they knew each other on Road Rules and shit, right? They kind of came up around the same time. A lot of people think, because I think even one of the appearances, Tom wasn't the most warmest to Theo anyway. Maybe it was a bit, but a lot of people think Theo and Christina P fucked back in the day.
Joe Rogan verse. Theo made his fame off of stand-up comedy, TV appearances here and there.
Joey Diaz says, Christine.
And other odd jobs. But it wasn't until he went on Rogan and then started his own podcast this past weekend where he would break through the stratosphere. Unlike Tom, Brendan, and Bert, who made their fame off acting like rappers and name-dropping celebrities constantly, Theo always presented himself as a down-to-earth normal dude. Theo did one of my favorite podcast series ever where he'd interview normal working people, which was way more entertaining than watching Bert and Tom talk about how famous they are. Theo continued to have people on his podcast just to have conversations whilst being open and vulnerable at the same time. Theo left LA for Nashville, which was more his speed. But what would shoot Theo into the stratosphere, and I am not saying this in any joking way, I am being dead serious here, was when he left his podcast with Brendan Schaub and Chris D'Elia.
Yeah, and then I got some sad news. I'm going to be taking a step back from being on King and the Sting. Grateful to you, Brendan, man. Appreciate.
And they've never been on camera since. They've never been on camera again since this day. Theo's managers, Theo's agents came in and told him, get away from that guy ASAP. They've not been seen on camera since that day. Pretty insane, isn't it, when you think about it? Jesus Christ.
Appreciate it.
You gotta handle some shit, brother.
For old times, I should have done this in the middle of the show, but for old times, do we maybe want to all eat a hot shit?
I don't want that.
I'm down.
I don't want that.
After Brendan said he had to figure some shit out, Theo went on to be by far the most successful one in the entire Roganverse, becoming friends with politicians, celebrities, athletes. He is a household name now, more than any of these other.
Man was standing in a DJ booth in Miami. Theo was in a DJ booth in Miami with Diplo, bro. Hands in the air like you don't care and shit. Madness.
Guys, his podcast numbers dwarf everyone else we've talked about here, and it's because Theo seems like a genuine guy. Now, there are a ton of other adjacent Joe Rogan members, like Eddie Bravo, who honestly is somewhat unremarkable, as he was never a comedian, but despite this was funnier than.
A lot of people say Eddie Bravo's stand-up is quite good. I don't know who said it in the stream chat. Someone said they saw Eddie Bravo doing stand-up, and it was actually quite funny. I don't know who it was, but I would be down to see Eddie Bravo do stand-up. I'm not gonna lie, I like him, man. He's fucking nuts, but in a good way. I like Eddie Bravo.
Most of the other comedians on the show. To this day, he still goes on about conspiracy theories that fans love him for, even if they might have gotten more insane somehow than they were like 10 years ago. And he's still running 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, which is one of the most respected jiu-jitsu schools in the entire world. And while he certainly got a boost from Rogan, he's been very successful in his lane that has nothing to do with comedy. There's also Ari Shaffir.
Without even calling them. That's what I saw in LA. People without even calling their friend because they're too busy getting plastic surgery. It was like, let me sell them out real quick.
You know, it's important to say we haven't spoken to Chris.
No.
Brutal. Ari Shaffir going that fucking Brian. But it needs to be said though, which is true. They never spoke to Chris D'Elia. He's their best friend. Because if I was there and I was in their situation, I just wouldn't have said nothing. Just keep stum. You don't need to say nothing. You don't need to fucking explain yourself. You don't need to give statements, especially for your friends. Like, shut the fuck up. You don't need to do this. They did this because of clout. They did this because of the attention. They did this because they wanted to get the clicks and the views and the shit. And like I said before, I think this episode was also one of the first ones they recorded on the day and released it on the day. Usually they record the day before and they release it the day after. But they wanted to capitalize on all the, the news, the breaking news about Chris D'Elia. But they didn't even give him a chance to defend himself to them. And then, as karma would have it, a week later, Brian Callen gets accused of rape. So that karma, when it comes to knocking, bro.
Ever since all these guys left, Joe Rogan's kind of replaced them. In Austin, Joe's new crew of comedians have produced some of their own seriously funny highlights, but there's something a bit off here. When you watch these clips, you'll notice something. There's a weak link, and that weak link happens to be the host of the show. By surrounding himself with funny people, it's become blatantly obvious that Joe is not funny.
I don't think the weak link is because I don't think people have found out Joe isn't funny because of the podcast. I think most people, myself included, have found out that Joe isn't funny because of the stand-up comedy. I think watching Joe do stand-up is one of the worst things because once you see Joe do stand-up, you can never take him seriously again when he talks about the craft of stand-up and doing sets and reps and sitting on your jokes for a million. Like, you don't believe any of that sort of fucking fluff anymore when you see him because he's so fucking bad.
Like, at all. He's not funny in a podcast setting, which you could say, to be fair, that was never the goal with the podcast, but he's not even funny in a stand-up setting anymore. He literally rips from Brendan Schaub, of all people, in his new special.
I wish I was gay. It looks way easier.
My life would be so much easier if I was just gay as shit.
You're hanging out with only guys?
If I was locked down with the bros, Dallas, quarantine with the homies, you know how much more fun we would have?
But if you're familiar with Rogan's comedy, you'd know it's never been good. Like, ever.
And by the way, when you see someone moving around like that on stage, I will bet you every penny I have they're not funny.
Stop her in the corner of the couch. Oh, you fucking...
And somehow it's gotten worse in recent years. Brendan Schaub is at least funny in a way that we can laugh at him. Joe Rogan is just, ugh.
Anytime I saw someone miming, having sex, pumping air, I would just go, not funny.
No. Still humping.
It was just like, it was a sign of like.
But what if there's a bit where you have to mime pumping air?
But who cares if he's not funny if the podcast is still good, right? That's what most people go to him for. His curious everyman takes and questions about the world, but most importantly, his willingness to talk to anybody. Unfortunately, Joe Rogan over the years has seemingly gotten more and more out of touch. Maybe that's because he has, quote, fuck you money. But it's inevitably led to a decline in quality of the show over the last few years.
Definitely hated in Canada right now.
Oh, yes.
The hockey game. They were booing the national anthem so hard.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they get in 3 fights in the first 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we kick Canada's ass.
Carter sends it around. Martin waiting. Connor McDavid scores! Connor McDavid for Canada!
Oh, really, dude?
The more you lose touch with the average person, the more disliked they become. Celebrities are the exact same way. The most normal celebrities are usually the most liked ones, whereas the most out of touch ones are almost unanimously hated. It's not as pronounced as it is with comedians because in comedy or podcasting, half of the appeal is relatability. Not everyone can just quit their job and become an influencer, podcaster, comedian. Back in the day, I would consider myself a serious Joe Rogan fan, but now I can barely make it through an episode unless he has some really good guest on. Joe used to have...
I feel your pain, brother. I'm the same, man. Barely make it through episodes now unless it's a proper sick guest. And even then, I just consume mostly clips on Twitter and stuff that I mentioned. I see. It's sad, man, where it's gone. It's sad. There'll be times where I'll be listening to the Rogan, to JRE on my commute to work, back and forth, during lunch times, whenever. Always listening to it. Nowadays, if I don't watch clips, I don't watch it. Sad.
Have such an appeal because he was just a curious dude who wanted to know more about the world. And what you'll remember is that's what Theo Von's podcast is now, and it is 10 times better than Joe Rogan's podcast. But now Joe Rogan is just a dude who wants his own political beliefs validated and will believe anything anybody ever tells him. Joe says it's stupid for Trump to beef with Canada. Oh wait, he talked to Trump, and now he says he would rather go to Russia than Canada.
I don't go to Canada anymore. I don't. No, nor should you. No, discipline. Yeah, I'd rather go to Russia. Yeah.
The stools of Canada collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe he's getting old, maybe he's just surrounded by yes men, and maybe it's because of that whole hit piece that the media did on him during COVID, which even I can say was total bullshit. Joe's podcast isn't bad now because he's an alt-right anti-vax Nazi who murders people for fun. It's bad because it's fucking boring. Joe has become a shell of his former self, and so has everybody who used to hang out with him. Maybe the golden age of Rogan and podcasting is over. To some of you, that's a sad thought. To others, it's thank God we never have to deal with that again.
I personally think, big up Ghostcon, by the way, that was actually quite decent. Ricky Pitcher said it wasn't the most eye-opening thing, so Ricky Pitcher was kind of right. But it was kind of decent. I enjoyed that. I personally think the reason why the show has gone to shit is because Rogan and his friends spend more time podcasting than they do doing stand-up. You know? Simple as that. And no, sorry, that's to do with comedy. The reason why the show's gone to shit is because they've all become authority figures. They've all become Rogan essentially has become like a de facto politician in a way, right? Because of the success of the podcast. So that's made them believe that they're a lot more smarter than what they actually are. They now are not curious. They're not really, they're not really inquisitive in any way, shape or form. They're very wedded to their ideas, very wedded to their points of view on the world and shit. And for the most part, me personally, I don't give a fuck about politics. I really don't. I really fucking don't. And the last thing I want to do when I'm listening to a comedy podcast is hear a comedian opine about society, politics, how to raise your family, all this sort of nonsense, when all I want to hear from them is like horrible stories about the road, jokes and shit, and whatever else it may be, and whatever cool show they might have watched on TV. I don't want to hear about politics and shit from them. So when it comes to me, when it comes to those total stuff, I tune out immediately. Because if I was into politics, I would hope I would go to a show where the host know what they're talking about. You know, it doesn't matter if they agree with me politically or not, but I would watch a show where they have people on the show who know what they're talking about. I'm not gonna watch. It's like watching a show about football and the people on the show know nothing about football. It makes no sense to me. So all those things kind of don't help it. But fundamentally as well, if the shows are just funny, let's be real. If they were just funny, if Rogan was funny, but he still spoke about COVID, he still went on and on about cancel culture, he still spoke about Fauci, he still spoke about Trump and Biden and fucking hating Canada and all these sort of things that he doesn't fucking stop talking about, but he was doing it and he was being funny, I think we'd be okay with it. All of us would be. But he's just not funny. He's simply not funny anymore, unfortunately. It's really sad, but hey, here we are. Here we blood clot are. Anyway, my people, thank you for joining me. I'm gonna love you and leave you there. We're gonna pause. We're gonna put a bit of a stop on the show for now, and we're gonna come back again tomorrow. So we're gonna pause and recharge our batteries. We'll be back again tomorrow for the 4th day of the marathon. This is day 3 of 31. Tomorrow will be day 4 of 31. So we're banging them out. We're smashing them out. So thank you for joining me so much. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for hanging out. It's been a pleasure, never a chore. Make sure you smash the like button down below for me if you've enjoyed the show also. Please do so. That'd be greatly appreciated for those of you who do so. Like I said before, we're trying to hit 500 members by the end of the 31 days. So if you want to join and become a member, the link is in the description to become a member. Buy a membership, gift out a membership, all that good shit. Let's get to 500. That'd be fucking sick. If we don't, I'll still be here anyway, because you know how much I love yapping. You know how much I love hanging out with you guys anyway. So it'll be a nice thing to just tick off the list, because I haven't actually gone through with any of the marathons yet. I've always kind of stumbled after like day 7 or something. So let's see. We're going to hit 31. I know we are, which is going to be around the 6th of June, I think. That's how long we're going to go for every single day. And who knows, I might just continuing it after the fact. But regardless, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate every single one of you. Make sure, if you haven't already, that you like the stream, subscribe to the channel, join the Discord as well. Join the Discord, I forget to mention. Join the fucking Discord. There's a really good community of people on the Discord, where you can kind of hang out and talk to a lot of people in the stream chat that you see here day to day. So make sure you join the Discord if you can. Please join the Discord, and I'll see the rest of you guys tomorrow if you're about. Probably around the same time, UK time, probably around 11:30 my time. So I don't know what time that is. I'll probably schedule it now actually. So we'll probably do another show tomorrow around 11:30 p.m. my time. Thank you for tuning in. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, all that good shit. Appreciate you. It's been a blast, never a fucking chore, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow. All right? Yeah. Peace, people. Peace.